As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where I was a den, and I laid me down in that place to sleep. And as I slept, I dreamed a dream. John Bunyan. Strange City. Written by Daniel Tuituku. Narrated by Gabriel Michael. Chapter 1. Lost in the World. The light of the fading sun was slowly disappearing through the trees. The woods appeared dark and gray. Even though it was still summer, the trees looked barren and dying. Some had rotted through to their centers, eaten away by termites until they had eventually dissolved into piles of sawdust on the ground. Or maybe I was just imagining that. I sat, staring at the trees. I could not remember how I got there. My memories felt covered in fog. I knew I was someone, but I could not tell who. A chill ran up my spine. My bare feet made me feel exposed and vulnerable. How had I come to this place? How would I get home? Was there someone waiting for me? Was there a search party out there looking for me? Would anyone rescue me from this sullen and desolate place? I listened for the sound of people or animals, anything to make me feel like I was not alone. But their voices had long been swallowed up by the woods. The darkness seemed to grow around me. The sun was gone, its warmth with it. I stood up and looked around, not sure of what to do or what direction to go. I began to walk, careful to avoid the rocks and branches to prevent cutting my bare feet. I wandered for a time, not sure of where I was headed. The woods looked the same no matter where I went, dull and gray, as if the trees themselves were sorrowful. The silence was deafening. I trudged along, contemplating my sorry fate, wondering how I had come to this depressed and lonely place. The woods seemed to torment me with its dark shadows and gray sky. I thought that perhaps no man in the history of the world had known a pain like mine. Was I the last on earth? Doomed to walk alone, forever lost in this damned forest? This wasn't fair. It wasn't right. I did not deserve to be here. Feeling myself growing angry, more and more with each passing step, I lashed out with my clenched fist at the nearest tree, crying out as my fist struck the bark and a sharp pain shot up my arm. I heard a crack and could feel the skin around my knuckles tear. I pulled back and cried to myself as I held my hand. But the anger had not left me. Raising my hand and shaking my bloody fist at the overcast sky, I screamed, "Why? Why is this happening to me?" To whom or to what I yelled, I did not know. No answer came, but still I screamed. I continued my lonely walk, for I had nothing else to do. The ground was rough and uneven, causing me to stumble several times. My thoughts began to run away until I was no longer paying attention to where I was going, but simply put one foot in front of the other. I thought about who I was and who I had been. I could remember a time before the woods. It had been a happier, simpler time, when I was young. I had been a child once, innocent and content. Not angry, not sad or alone, but free. Spending my days playing, daydreaming and pretending I was a hero from the old stories. Imagining I was a knight who battled evil armies and saved his people from mighty fire-breathing dragons. I dreamed that one day I would climb the tallest mountain and look down at the earth from the highest peak, and all the people would know my name and cheer when they saw me. I envisioned I would fall in love, a great love, one that would stand the test of time and span through the ages. There is no love like mine, I would think to myself. Those days, however, had been before the bad times. I could remember seeing the storm clouds gather over my head as a child, and following me wherever I went. All the days of my life the clouds hung over me. I looked up at the sky, at the same clouds I knew so well, and began to cry. Why me? I thought to myself. Why did this happen? What have I done to deserve this sad and sorry fate? I felt a pain deep inside like no other. A pain so strong it felt like a stone wall that had been built to trap me in. A wall so high I could not see the top, so long it ran the expanse of my soul. Who had built the wall? Was it me? Would the wall ever crumble away? Suddenly, I heard the sound of running water and looked up. Through the trees, I could see a stony shore. As I drew closer, I could see the fast-moving current of a river. I emerged from the woods and found myself alone on the riverbank. The sky still had its ominous clouds and the murky water stretched out far and wide. I could see the opposite shore, but it was much too far to swim. I looked up and down the riverbank, but saw no bridge in either direction. I do not know for how long I stood there, unsure of what to do. I thought about turning around and heading back into the woods. Perhaps I could find another way, but something inside me knew that was not true. I knew that the woods held no answers. Somehow I knew the only way was forward. Once having made up my mind, I marched towards the water, determined to make it to the other side. Without thinking or taking a second glance, I plunged into the gray water. Immediately, I was pulled under and submerged in darkness. The icy chill of the water hit me like a knife in my lungs. I gasped for breath that would not come. I could feel myself being pulled farther down by the undercurrent. Sinking deeper and deeper, I kept expecting to touch the bottom, which never came. I was in an abyss of black water that seemed to wrap around me in a murderous embrace. Not here. Not like this. I began to fight and thrash in the water. I had never known fear like this. It was not the fear of dying that gripped me. It was the fear that my life, my whole life from birth to this moment would be a waste. If I died here, everything would be for nothing. I would never have any answers. I would never find my way. I kicked harder and pulled with all my might, climbing up, or at least in the direction I thought was up, as the last breath of air escaped my lungs. Every fiber in my being struggled to stay alive. Then finally, the current loosened its grip, and my head broke the surface of the water. I saw that I was only a few feet from the shore, but my feet could not touch the bottom. This river was much deeper than it appeared, and it was tricky. I swam back to the shore and pulled myself up on the rocks. I was exhausted and freezing as I sat down and stared at the river. I knew I had to cross it, and I knew I would need help. I do not know how long I waited, sitting for what felt like an eternity and a half, contemplating my dire situation. I kept expecting night to fall, but I seemed to be in a place beyond time. A place where the sun never shined and darkness never fell. But the storm clouds were there. They never left. Staring blankly at the river, lost in thought, I suddenly heard the sound of an oar paddling through the water. Glancing up the riverbank, to my surprise, I saw a lone man in a boat coming towards me. Bolting up to my feet, I began to wave my arms frantically in the air. "Hello?" I yelled. "Help me!" The man in the boat looked up and raised his hand, waving back at me. He began to row towards the shore. He was coming for me. I'm saved. I'm rescued. The man pulled his boat up on the shore in front of me. I could now see that he was an elderly man, with dark skin and gray hair. He wore a simple white shirt with white pants and had old leather sandals on his feet that looked like they had walked 1,000 miles. He stood up and looked at me. He was surprisingly tall and had a kind face. He looked familiar. I thought perhaps we had met once, before the bad times, before the clouds had gathered around me. "Hello, stranger. How can I help you?" The man smiled as he spoke. "I don't know how I got here, or even where here is. Could you tell me where I am?" I asked, trying not to sound scared. "Well, it looks like you've just emerged from the Despaired Woods. Very dark place, that forest. Many lost souls wander through it and few ever find their way out. You were quite fortunate." I did not see anyone else in there with me. I was all alone, I said indignantly. "Ah, yes, I'm sure you didn't. Pain often blinds us to those around us, even the ones who walk the same path as we do." The man spoke with a foreign accent I could not place. "Yeah, well, I tried to swim across the river, but I almost drowned." The man looked puzzled at me, glanced at the water, then back to me. "You tried to swim and you survived?" The man began to laugh. "Well, isn't that amazing? Someone must have big plans for you." I was confused and unsettled by the way this man spoke. "Listen, could you help me cross to the other side?" "Why do you want to go over there?" "I don't know. It just seems like the right way to go," I said, confused by his question. "Of course I can get you over there, but don't you think you should introduce yourself first?" he asked. "Oh, I'm not sure of who I am. I can't seem to remember my name," I admitted. "No wonder you don't know where you are going. Well, until you remember who you are, you'll be a stranger wherever you go. So, I will call you Stranger. Now, get into this boat, stranger." The man began to push his boat back into the water, and I hurried to climb in, getting the sense he would not wait for me. He hopped in as we set off on the water that seemed to have calmed since I had dived in. The man started rowing. "What's your name?" I asked. "I'm just the oarsman. I take people up and down the river, making sure they arrive safely to their destination." "Where do you take them?" "Wherever they want to go. Although in my experience, where they want to go is rarely where they want to be, but don't bother trying to tell them that. Everybody has to figure out where they are headed on their own, it seems." The oarsman rowed at a steady pace as I sat there, pondering over his words. Suddenly a thought gripped me. A scary one. One I had not considered until now. Am I dead? Have I died and this is what happens after death? The oarsman looked at me seriously. "A better question would be, were you ever alive to begin with? I think you've been dead a long time. But no, stranger. This isn't what happens when you die." The man spoke in riddles, but somehow I knew what he meant. I could remember feeling like I was dead. I could remember wishing that I would die and leave this awful place. I could remember thinking that the clouds could not follow me once I had left. Once I was dead and gone. We drew nearer to the distant bank. I could see more dark trees beyond the shore, their leaves casting the shoreline in dim shadows. "There's another forest up there. I'm going to have to wander through it all over again, aren't I?" "That is up to you," the man said. "It is amazing how often we travel down the same road and expect to arrive at a different destination each time. We get lost and cry out for direction only to get lost again." I could feel my face turn red. I thought for sure this man knew of the way I had acted in the woods, although I could not see how. "But I don't think you'll get lost this time, stranger. There is a road that goes through these woods. It's not far from shore." "Where does it lead?" The oarsman grimaced and looked down at the water. "It leads to World City." The way he said the name frightened me. "What's that?" "A deeply troubled place. One where all sorts of ugliness and beauty can be found. All matters of pain and pleasure are in it. It has a great deal of hate, but very little joy, and many of the lost live there," he said as he continued rowing. "Should I avoid it?" I asked. It did not sound like a place I wanted to visit. "No, there's no avoiding it. It's the only destination on the road, and the only way out is through." Just then, the boat gently hit the shore, and we came to a stop. The old man looked at me and smiled, waiting for me to make a move. I tried to smile back, but couldn't. I stood up and stepped out of the boat. I turned and thanked the man for his help, and watched as he slowly began to pull away. "Remember, stranger, when you are in World City, you may be in it, but you are not from there. And it is not where you belong." I stared blankly at him as he rode away. "What should I do once I get there?" I called back. "Be a man, always start with that. If you are not sure of where to go, choose the road that's less desirable. And find some shoes," he answered. And with that, he was gone. Chapter 2. Can't take it when you die, but you can live without it. I trudged through the woods, hugging myself for warmth and comfort. These woods were as gray and depressed as the last, and I began to fear I was lost again, when suddenly my feet stepped on cobblestone. I looked down, startled at first, before realizing I had found the road the oarsman had spoken of. I looked to my left and to my right and saw nothing but trees in both directions. Kicking myself for not thinking to ask the man for directions, I looked for signs as to which way to take, and found none. I noticed to the left the road went uphill and appeared rockier, whereas to the right it sloped downwards and seemed flat. It didn't seem to matter much to me. After all, the oarsman said that World City was the only thing on this road and could not be avoided. Making up my mind, I headed right. My path became more bearable after a while, but my feet ached and were sore with minor cuts in them. I walked on and on. Time seemed to slow in this awful place. I thought about a great many things, and at the same time, nothing. How had I come here? Who was I? Why did I feel so much pain? These questions consumed my mind. I saw images of myself as a child, standing alone in a park watching other kids play. I could not join them for some reason. I was apart from them, always on my own. Was that a memory or a dream? I thought of other images of myself as a child, lost, stumbling around in a dark cave with no light to guide me. I would sit and pray for someone to come and find me, but no one ever did. No one ever looked for me. The clouds above drew me in closer. I shivered once again at the sight of them. Would I ever find a place where they could not follow? I stared up at their dark gray mass and shuddered. After some time of this, the trees began to thin, and I realized the road was leading me out of the woods. I came out in what appeared to be wide open pasture land, which must have been beautiful if the sun had been shining. But of course, the clouds. The road stretched onward for what looked like hundreds of miles, but far off into the distance, I could just make out what seemed to be the outline of a city. That must be it. World City. It would take me days to walk there, but what other choice did I have? What choice did I ever have? I did the only thing I could do. Put one foot in front of the other, and then repeat. I walked and walked. It would seem it had become my lot in life, always walking but never getting anywhere. The road did not grow any easier either. The hard cobblestone was covered with small rocks and potholes, but at least I would not get lost again. The road had no turns or crossroads. Apparently, the oarsman was right. The city was unavoidable. I trudged up a small hill. My feet were killing me, but once I reached the crest, I could see to my astonishment a horse pulling a large wagon with a man sitting on top of it. He was a few hundred yards ahead of me and headed towards the city. Walking faster, I waved my arms in the air and began to yell, "Hey! Hello? Wait up, please!" The fear of being left behind gripped me as I realized he might not hear me. But after calling out as loud as I could, the wagon finally slowed on the empty road. A man peered from the seat, glancing back at me to see what the commotion was for. I ran as fast as I could, which wasn't saying much, to catch up to him. Luckily, he had come to a stop and was waiting for me. The man had a confused and slightly annoyed look on his face as I staggered up to him. I could see now that he was dressed in what looked like very fine clothes and had all sorts of jewelry on him. His wagon, too, was covered in all sorts of items such as Parisian rugs, alligator boots, watches, necklaces, and dozens of glass bottles filled with what I assumed were perfumes. Even the shoes on his horse looked to be made from platinum and shined like diamonds. I must have been quite a sight in my dirty shirt, torn pants, and no shoes. Doing my best to look trustworthy, I walked up to the man. "Hello, sir. How's it going?" The man blinked a few times, but then his look softened.
"Wow's, hello, traveler. Looks like you've seen better days. Where might yous be headed?"
"To World City, sir. Are you going that way?"
"I ams. I'm taking my goods to market. I expects to make a healthy profit this month. I's got all types of expensive things to sell."
The man grinned and I saw a mouth full of gold teeth. "Could I perhaps get a ride with you?" I asked. The man looked me up and down, and his eyes narrowed.
"That depends. Do yous have any money?"
"No, sir," I answered. "Not on me."
"Wells, boy, yous won't get far without money."
He laughed at me.
"And I's am not in the business of giving free rides. I's am in the money-making business."
I knew it would take me forever to walk to the city, and I was not sure my feet could handle it anyway. I had to get on that wagon. "Please, is there anything I can do? I could pay you back." The man ran his fingers through his long beard as he seemed to mull it over in his mind.
"Fine. Yous can ride with me, and once we's get to the city, yous can help me unpack and sell my items to pay back what yous owes,"
he answered.
"Climb aboard."
"Thank you," I said as I climbed up on the wagon as fast as I could. He flicked the horse with the reins before I even had a chance to sit down, and I wound up sort of falling in my seat next to him.
"What's yous' name?"
he asked me. "I'm not sure exactly, but I met a man earlier who called me stranger. And you?"
"I am Mr. Capital. I am's a merchant, and I travels all over this land buying and selling things, and makes a great deal of money doing it."
He winked at me. "You certainly seem to care a lot about money," I said. The man burst into laughter, as if I had just told the funniest joke he had ever heard.
"Of course I's do. What else is there?"
"I don't know, it just seems odd." He continued to laugh.
"Oh's my young friend, money is all there is. Yous had better learn that before we's get to World City. The whole place revolves around it."
"I just always thought that there was more to life than how much money you have." I tried to sound firm as I spoke, and failed. Capital looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language.
"More to life? Life is a game, stranger, and money is how's we keeps the score. How would yous ever know who yous are, or yous' status in World City without money?"
I thought about it for a moment and couldn't come up with an answer. "I don't know. It just seems like it's more important what you believe and how you treat people." Capital looked annoyed at that.
"That's something only poor people say. Theys don't know how's to play the game, so theys tell themselves that there are other things more important than money. Ha! Theys do anything theys can try to make up for what theys lack, but all theys really want is to be likes me, wealthy, rich, and able to buy anything I's want.
Is money really that powerful here?
With enough money, yous could rule over everything. With enough money, yous could even be the king of World City.
There's a king? I asked.
Oh, yes! The richest, most powerful one of all. He's rules over the city and his word is law. He's plays the game better than anyone ever has and, of course, has more money than's anybody.
The merchant's eyes twinkled as he spoke. I began to grow tired as we rode along the road. I could see the city off in the distance steadily growing closer. I wasn't so sure I wanted to go there anymore. But like the oarsman had said, it was the only thing on this road, and the only way out was through. My eyelids grew heavy and began to droop as I felt the wagon begin to rock me to sleep. The merchant hummed to himself as he drove, content to sit in silence for a while. I rested my head against the side of the wagon and dozed off.
Yes, stranger. Money isn't everything. Money is the only thing.
And with that, I was asleep. I awoke as the wagon came to an abrupt stop. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the sky was dark, and it had begun to rain slightly. Mr. Capital had pulled up sharply and waved his arm in the air.
Here's we are, my boy. World City.
I stared up at the dark towering mass of stone and steel. From the outside, the city looked like a gigantic castle, complete with ramparts and a drawbridge. Its walls were stained black, and I could see moss and vines growing up its crevices. All along the top of the walls were glowing neon signs advertising all sorts of attractions and services. It looked like Las Vegas and medieval Europe had had a bastard emo child. How big is it? I asked Capital.
So's big that yous can be born, live, and die here and never sees half of it. A plane could fly from one ends to the others without stopping to refuels twice, and it expands every day,
he answered. The road we were on had narrowed down to a path that led over the drawbridge and straight to the gate of the city. I could see a line of sports cars and luxurious horse-drawn carriages slowly entering through the gates, where men in uniform were asking for identification and looking at people's wrists. What are they doing? I asked as I pointed down at the guards.
Everyone needs a mark of identification in order to enter the city and moves around it.
Capital pulled the sleeve of his coat up to reveal what looked like a tattoo of a barcode on his wrist. I stared at it blankly for a moment. Something about this seemed ominous to me, but I couldn't tell why. A sick feeling of dread started to come over me, and I worried I was going to be sick. I did not like the looks of this city, and I didn't want to enter it anymore. Capital had spurred the horse on, and we slowly came closer to the city gates. I wanted to jump off and run away, but where to? Back to the woods? Or the river where I almost drowned? How long would I have to wander this wilderness before I found my way home? And where was my home? I had no idea who I was or where I had come from. As I debated what to do, the words of the oarsman came back to me. Be a man. Choose the least desirable path. Had he known I would come here like this? Had he known I would be afraid? Our wagon had entered the procession of vehicles waiting in line. As we drew closer, I could hear music emanating from inside the walls, fast-paced club music that you would have to be on speed to keep up with. All around were people headed towards the gate, some even on foot. Most were dressed in what looked like expensive suits and dresses, while others wore everyday jeans and t-shirts. At first, I thought those people would be turned away by the guards, but they weren't. The guards' only concern seemed to be checking people's wrists, making sure they had that mysterious mark. I instinctively grabbed my own wrists and rubbed them, trying to hide my bare skin from the eyes of the guards. Our wagon was next in line to be inspected. Mr. Capital rolled up to where the first guard was stationed and halted at his command. He smiled at the guard, who looked pissed to see us.
Capital, I see you made it back from the wildlands in one piece, and you made a friend. How unexpected,
the guard said. He was dressed in what looked like a black and gray camouflage uniform a soldier would wear. Capital laughed uncomfortably.
Oh, Dax, goods to see yous again. How's the boss? I'm sure the chief will be happy to know you are back, you two being best friends and all.
I could tell he was being sarcastic, but Capital didn't seem to pick up on that.
Ah, yes, Wells, shall we get on with it?
Capital extended his arm and pulled his sleeve back, exposing his tattoo. Dax raised a handheld scanner and scanned the barcode on Capital's wrist. As he moved, I saw that he had a pistol in a holster on his belt. The scanner made beeping noises, and Dax looked at the screen as it flashed green, which must have meant all clear. He then turned his attention to me.
Let's go. You're next.
He gestured for me to extend my wrist. I looked confused and glanced at Capital, who was staring at me expectantly. I stumbled over my words, not knowing what to say. Dax glared at me. Running out of patience, he reached up and grabbed me by the shirt and pulled me off the wagon. I stumbled to the ground and landed on one foot, but managed to catch myself and stand up.
Oh man, come on, Dax,
Capital said. The guard ignored him and clenched my wrist, turning it over to check for my barcode but finding bare skin instead.
What the hell?
His eyes narrowed as he glared at me. He grabbed my other wrist and checked that one, only to find the same thing.
Looks like we have an unregistered stranger here.
That seemed to catch the attention of the other guards at the gate, who started to come closer for a better look. I'm sorry, I'm new here and didn't know I needed a mark to get in, I said. Dax didn't seem to be interested in my explanation.
No one moves in or around the city without a barcode. I don't know where you're from, but you'll have to go to a processing station immediately to receive one.
He reached for something on his belt and pulled out a pair of handcuffs and had them on me before I could move or protest.
Until then, you're in our custody.
The people in line who were close enough to see what was going on were all staring at us. Capital stood up in his wagon and raised an arm to get attention.
Dax, is that really necessary? The guy owes me money. How am I supposed to get paid if yous haul him off to a holding cell until he gets processed?
Dax glared up at Capital.
Ask someone who cares. He's coming with us.
With that, the guard stepped up from behind me and grabbed my arm as Dax grabbed the other. Wait, I said, trying to think of a way I could talk myself out of this. You don't have to.
Shut up.
Dax spat at me as they pulled me over to a squad car that was parked nearby.
You're coming with us and that's all there is to it.
They shoved me in the back of their car and slammed the door. Two of the guards that had been standing around climbed into the front seat and cranked the engine. The guard, named Dax, returned to the line of vehicles and people and began scanning them again. I could hear Mr. Capital protesting to Dax about the money he wouldn't be getting as we pulled away. The squad car drove over the drawbridge and through the large black gates. I peered up at them as we passed. As tall as buildings and several feet thick. I wondered if they had been built to keep something out. Or in. As we drove through the streets, I could feel the little bumps of the cobblestone road underneath us. It had begun to rain lightly, which made seeing out the window difficult. All I could make out were the flashing neon signs on the side of the buildings. I could see signs for clubs, casinos, bars, restaurants, and even a hospital. Perhaps it was because of the nightfall and the rain, but everything about this city seemed dark and foreboding. Where exactly are you taking me? I asked the guards. The guard in the passenger seat glanced back at me with an annoyed look.
We're taking you to the station, where you'll be until they can figure out exactly who you are and get you stamped.
But I'm not sure of who I am, I said. "I don't even know where I am or how I got here." The guards looked at each other and smirked.
"Sounds like you're pretty much fucked then, stranger."
Chapter 3. I Fought the Law. The rain had begun to pour down during the last few minutes of the ride, with the sound of the raindrops hitting the roof making it deafening inside the car. The two officers up front talked amongst themselves, but I could not make out what they were saying. They stopped, however, as we pulled up outside of a massive stone building that looked like it had been built to withstand a bombardment. A glowing sign above the doorway read, "The Law." Both officers got out of the squad car, and the one that had spoken to me before opened my door.
"Get out. We're here."
I slowly climbed out and was instantly soaked from the rain. The handcuffs on my wrists were cold and my bare feet felt like they were going to fall off as they dragged me across the street and up the long stairs toward the doors. I wanted to run, but their grip on me was too firm, as if they were expecting something of that sort. We climbed the stone steps and approached the main entrance, which consisted of a series of swinging glass doors. The cuts on my feet screamed at me as they dragged me up the wet staircase. As we reached the top, the guard in front of me pushed open one of the doors, and we entered into a lobby of what looked like a police precinct. It appeared to be after hours, since there were only a few people inside, dressed in similar clothing to what my two guards were wearing. The room was equipped with desks, benches, and even a prisoner holding cage in one of the far corners. Centered in the room, along the back wall, was the main desk, with a middle-aged man seated behind it. He looked to be buried in paperwork and was discussing something with a few other officers in the room. He glanced up at us, as my two guards continued to drag me across the marble floor until we reached the end of the room. We then turned abruptly through another set of doors, and I was pulled into a brightly lit hallway which must have been a waiting area. There were rows of chairs in this hall, with a handful of very tired-looking people sitting in them. In their hands, they all held tickets with a number printed on it. The two officers took me over to the back of the line, uncuffed me, and shoved me down into a chair.
"Sit. Wait here,"
one of them commanded, and they both walked away. I rubbed my wrists, trying to push circulation back into them, and looked around. The hallway was painted a plain white color, and the bright incandescent lights from the ceiling were headache-inducing. The white tiles on the floor were cold under my feet, and I rubbed them together as well. Small red smears of blood were on the floor, from wherever I had stepped. All of a sudden, a small robot, about 2 feet in height, zipped past me on a single rotating wheel. It then backed up and came to a halt facing me. I jumped at the sight of it, then cowered down in my chair as its 2 red eyes narrowed at me. "Identification," it said in a computerized voice. Identification," it repeated in an impatient and aggressive tone. It extended a metal hand that looked like a claw toward me, clearly expecting something. "I don't have any," I finally managed to say. "State name, serial number, street address." "I don't have any of those things. I'm a stranger here." The robot paused for a moment, as if considering what to do with me, then started typing on a handheld screen it was holding. "Lack of proper identification is a level 1 offense, subject to fines, probation, and up to 2 years imprisonment." The robot typed as it spoke, then hit a button on its handheld computer which printed out a receipt-type piece of paper and held it out for me to take. "2 years?" I asked as I took the ticket. The robot zipped off as quickly as it had appeared without a response. As it rolled away, an automated voice came over a speaker system which said, "Now serving number 12. I looked at my ticket. It listed my offenses, and under service number read 31. I was going to be here a while. I waited for what felt like hours and must have dozed off at some point. In my sleep, I could hear a voice which sounded like it was far off. It sounded like it was growing closer and louder, when suddenly I realized it was the automated voice yelling my number. I awoke with a start and jumped to my feet as the voice on the speaker was yelling, "Now serving 31!" I looked around and saw that I was the only one left in the room. I stooped and picked up my ticket on the floor, which I must have dropped. "Hurry up!" the speaker yelled again. I looked around and thought briefly of apologizing, but to what? I walked towards the doors that the officers had dragged me through earlier, assuming that was the way I was supposed to go. I entered back into the lobby that appeared to be empty now except for the man at the main desk and my 2 escort guards who were dozing on one of the benches. One of the guards looked up as I walked through the door. He pointed at the main desk. "Go on, head over there and talk to the chief," he said, before closing his eyes and drifting back off. I stepped forward hesitantly towards the older man at the desk. He was still elbow-deep in paper and rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses, looking very tired. He looked up at me as I came closer. "Let's go. Come on. You're the last one of the night," he said, beckoning me forward. I walked up to the desk that had a plaque on it that read, "Chief of the Guard," and gulped as the man began to speak. "State your name for the record," he ordered as he shuffled some papers around. I can't," I answered. "What? Why not?" "I can't remember my name." The chief peered at me over his spectacles, then glanced down at a computer screen he had on his desk. "Says here you stand accused of lacking a barcode, or any form of proper identification, acting strangely, and overall being weird." He stared blankly at me, waiting for an explanation. Okay, I'm not sure what I did wrong. I'm just trying to figure out who I am and get out of here." "Get out of here, huh? You're not going anywhere until you can prove who you are and get stamped. We can't have random illegals running the streets doing what they like with no one watching them." "You keep track of everyone in the city?" I asked. "Of course. How else would you keep order in a place like World City? There must be a record of everything that transpires. Every action and reaction must be documented and tracked." I thought about that for a moment. It all seemed like a lot of work for not much of a reason. Why would the law need to know all these things about their citizens? Why would they even care? Why would you bother doing any of that? I asked him. The chief looked exasperatedly at me. "Listen here, boy. This is our city. We run it. We own it. You may have been born in it, but it belongs to us. What you say doesn't matter. What you think doesn't matter. We are the law. Our word is final, and you will obey." I didn't know what to say to that. What is wrong with this crazy place? Has everyone in this city lost their minds? How can people live under a system like this? The chief tapped on his screen a few more times, then looked up, clearly having come to a decision on me. "Considering you have no defense against these allegations, I see no reason to be lenient with you. I hereby order you to report immediately to a stamp facility where you will remain until you can be properly identified." "But I keep telling everyone I can't fucking remember who I am!" I yelled, finally losing my temper. The chief scowled at me as he spoke. "If you do not know who you are, then we will decide for you. And I fine your new identity 10,000 denarii for being a dick." "What?" I yelled back. "Officers, take him away." The chief yelled at the 2 guards behind me who jolted up out of their seats. The guards came up and grabbed me by the arms and proceeded to drag me out of the lobby, through the main entrance we had entered in hours before. I protested as they led me away, but neither they nor the chief cared to listen. "Shut up," one of the guards ordered as we exited through the glass doors. It was still night, and it was still raining once we stepped outside. They stopped at the top of the stone steps, and one of them spoke to the other. I'll go pull the car around." The guard on my left let me go and started walking down the steps. "You should probably go ahead and cuff him." "Yeah," the guard on my right responded. He let go of me with one hand and reached behind him for his handcuffs. Seeing an opportunity, I decided that I wasn't going to this stamp facility. I wasn't going to just keep doing what these crazy people said and hope that I would figure out who I was along the way. I decided to escape. In a split second, I wrenched free of the guard's grasp and slammed my elbow directly in his face and heard a crunching noise which must have been his nose. He let out a gasp as he dropped to the ground, diving down the steps toward the second guard who was turning to see what the commotion was. I threw a wide left hook which hit him right in the side of his face as I ran past. Knocked off his balance, he fell on the steps, but I had not knocked him out. I half ran, half slid down the wet steps toward the street. Behind me, the guard fumbled for his pistol. "Stop!" I heard him yell. "Freeze!" As I made it to the street, a gunshot rang out and I swear I felt the bullet zip by me, missing me by inches. I took off running as fast as I could. Another shot was fired and hit the ground by my feet. Running down the street, I turned down an alley just as a third shot hit the wall of the building. I was out of sight of the guards, but I knew that they would not be far behind. And they'll call for backup. Soon I'll have the whole city looking for me. I ran, not knowing where I was or where I was going. I ran faster than I ever had run before. I pounded the road with my bare feet until they were numb. The cold rain seemed to pierce my lungs with every breath. I made multiple turns down streets and alleyways in an attempt to throw my trackers off. I ran as if by running fast enough, I would find my home. Chapter 4. A Simple Twist of Fate. The rain never let up, but my strength began to. I had run down countless streets, but had only passed by a few people. The city seemed pretty dead, for the most part. It must have been very late. I started to feel like I was not being pursued anymore, and slowed down into a walk, while still keeping an eye out for any cops. Or whatever they are called here. Most of the businesses I walked by were closed, and occasionally a car would pass by without slowing to look at me. As I turned a corner, I heard the dull noise of music coming from what looked like an old jazz club entrance. Above the doorway was another neon sign that said, "Fate's Escape," with bar and casino written underneath it. I looked around and saw that it was the only building around that seemed to have anything going on inside, and made my way towards it. I had nowhere else to go after all. I crossed the street and walked down the steps to the entrance. I walked through a large metal door that was propped open and entered a dimly lit hallway. The floor was a thick carpet, and was the best thing my feet had felt in a long time. The walls were dark wood, with red velvet hanging on them, and I was grateful to finally be out of the rain. At the end of the hall was a young man standing behind a coat check desk. He had a sparkly black suit on and was wearing makeup. His face was powdery white, and his mascara was so heavy it made his eyes pop out like a clown. I approached slowly as he looked up. "Ah, good evening, sir." He looked confused at first, probably at my soaking wet clothes, but then smiled as if pretending not to notice. "Or perhaps I should say good morning. Welcome to Fate's Escape, where you throw the die and your life flies by. How can I help you?" He spoke in a sing-song voice, as if reciting lines from a play, and had a big fake smile from ear to ear. "Yeah, can I get into the club? I need to be off the street for a while," I asked him. "But of course, my good sir. I can see from the state of you it is harsh conditions out there. But there's more than enough comfort on the inside for strangers of all types. But first, I must ask you to tempt fate and see what that cruel mistress has in store for you." "Huh?" He stepped aside to reveal a craps table behind him and held out his hand to offer me 2 dice cubes. "I have to throw the dice to get in?" I asked.
By George, I think he's got it. Yes, sir. Just step to the line and let it all ride. 7 or higher, you're a high flyer, but 6 or less and you'll be a mess.
His grin started to have a sinister feel to it. I had a feeling that I was in danger, that this place was a trap and I had fallen into it. I thought about leaving, but could not bear the idea of going back out in that freezing rain. Besides, the police were still searching for me, and I had nowhere else to go. I took the pair of dice from him. "That's it, my dear boy. Bet it all and see where you fall." He kept one hand behind his back, and I was sure he was hiding something. But whatever this was, I was already in it. I stepped up to the table. It was a large, dark wooden table, with green felt on the top with numbers and strange markings I didn't understand drawn on it. I rotated the dice in my hand a few times nervously. I don't believe in luck, but I need all of it now. Something told me that throwing these dice could be the last thing I ever did. I glanced again at the man, who was looking eager with anticipation, his hand still behind his back. Closed my eyes and concentrated. There was no strategy, no plan I could make up to win this. I wondered briefly if he had given me loaded dice to make sure I would fail. No way of telling. I'll just have to work with what I've been given. I raised my hand to my shoulder. Everything was riding on this. I had no idea how I had come here or what I was doing, but fate had stopped me in my tracks and wanted to see what I was made of. It's time to show her. I threw the dice and launched them across the table. Everything looked like it was moving in slow motion. The man's eyes and mine both followed the dice through the air and watched them land. They tumbled and fell. One of them stopped on a 3. My heart skipped a beat. The other bounced off the back end of the table and came to a rest. I had to lean over to see what its face was. It had landed on 5. I let out an audible gasp of relief and turned to the man.
"Oh, phooey, I so wanted to see the gooey," he said.
"But still, congratulations are in order. It is not too late. You may enter and escape." He stepped aside and pulled back a curtain to reveal yet another hallway. He smiled big at me as I passed by. "Thanks," I said as I stepped by him. He bowed deeply in response, and as he bent, I could see the hand behind his back was holding the largest revolver I had ever seen. I walked quickly away. I walked down the hallway, which was shaped like a tunnel and seemed to be made of LCD screens. All of the walls and even the ceiling flashed with bright lights and colors. I could suddenly feel the thump and vibration of music coming from the end of the tunnel. I emerged into a dimly lit nightclub filled with people. The music was coming from a small stage in the corner where a jazz band was playing. In the center of the room was the bar, and all over the place were tables where people were playing cards, roulette, or throwing dice. There was no dance floor, but there were people standing in random places, swaying back and forth in time to the music. Along the walls were these big glass boxes with women dancing inside of them. And high above the room hung a large birdcage, with a young girl sitting on a swing inside of it. All over were scantily clad women serving drinks or dealing cards. Some eyed me as they walked by, and smiled or winked at me. I suspected that it was their job to do that. I had nothing to gamble with, so I made my way to the bar, figuring I could at least sit for a while. As I made my way through the crowd, girls and men kept smiling at me and saying hello. They all seemed to be wearing similar makeup as the man up front had, silly colors that exaggerated their features and made them look like dolls. I nodded and said hello to them, but felt uncomfortable at the attention. I reached the bar and sat down on a stool. Looked around again, taking in the room, all the lights, sounds, and colors. It looked like a carnival, but one only for adults. "What will it be?" A female voice asked me. I spun back around and saw the bartender, a woman with long black hair and creamy skin. She didn't wear her makeup like everyone else, just simple eyeliner and blush. She had warm brown eyes and a smile that made her look intrigued to see me. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. "Oh, I don't have any money," I answered. She smiled and looked at me like I was a lost, wet puppy that had wandered in from the rain, which I practically was at that point. "Well, it's nice to see a new face, so this one's on me. Besides, you look like you could use one more than anyone else here." She pulled out a glass and picked up a bottle from behind her. "You look like a bourbon man to me," she said as she placed the glass in front of me and filled it. As she moved, I noticed that she did not have any marking on her wrists, unlike everyone else. I looked at the glass and picked it up. "I really don't know if I am or not, but thanks." I sipped it slowly. The amber liquid was a warming sensation as it went down, and the sweet aftertaste left my mouth radiating with heat. "Wow, that's nice," I said. She smiled again. "I always call them right." She spoke with an accent unlike anyone else I'd heard. "So, what strange series of events brings you to this peculiar place and time?" She seemed to know that I had a story to tell, but I didn't know where to start or how to make sense of it all. "Some men were chasing me," I said, thinking it best not to mention that it had been the police. "I must have run through half the city before stopping here, and I'm pretty sure your doorman wanted to kill me." Her eyes widened. "Fate is a cruel mistress and an even worse rhymer, but she peeps up where she likes, and there's not a thing you can do." "It was a guy," I said, correcting her. "Tonight, perhaps." She took my glass and refilled it, and slid it back to me before returning the bottle to the shelf behind her. I swished the dark liquid around a few times, deciding to savor this round. I looked around again at this crazy place and wondered once more about where I was and how I'd come to be there. I felt the need to get back to somewhere, but I could not say where. I knew I didn't belong here, but where else was there to go? "Is there somewhere beyond here?" I asked the woman. "Is there some way to escape this place?" She turned back and looked at me, and her face took on a thoughtful expression. "Sooner or later, they all ask me that." "You got there quick, though. What's the matter? Don't feel at home in this world?" she asked. I had the feeling she was teasing me. "I don't feel at home anywhere. Ever since I've got to this city, I've gone from bad to worse, and I have no idea of what to do next." "You don't feel like you belong here because you don't. This is not your home, and you can sense that there is a better place out there for you, if only you could find the right path to it." I felt like she could read my mind. It seemed like everyone I'd met knew more about me than I did, and none of them were going to let me in on the secret. "That sounds purposely vague. And you didn't answer my question," I responded. "Oh, so sorry. What is it you wanted to know?" She sounded sarcastic. "Where am I? Why am I here? How do I get out of here?" I asked impatiently. She looked at me for a moment, as if debating whether or not to tell me the answers. Then she looked around to make sure no one was listening and leaned in close so that only I would hear her. I leaned in as well with anticipation. "All right, stranger. The truth is that you are the hero spoken of in an ancient prophecy. It was said that you would come one day to defeat the evil king and liberate this city from him. Only you have the power to free us all from bondage and death. We've waited so long for you, and now you finally come to rescue us." She looked and sounded very serious. My eyes were huge. Couldn't believe what she had just said. "Really?" I whispered. She waited a moment before cracking a smile. "No, dummy, not really." She straightened back up and laughed a little. "The truth is, you are the same as everyone else here, except for the fact that you've discovered what you don't know." She gestured to the room as she spoke. "You, all of you, are stumbling around on your own lonely roads, claiming to be searching for the right path and feeling so proud of yourselves when you think you found it, only to get distracted and lost again until you are running in circles around this city." She sounded exasperated, but her voice was still gentle. she picked up a bottle of clear liquid in a tiny glass and poured herself a drink. I sat back and stared at the glass in my hand. Well, that was confusing as shit. Like everything else I'd seen and heard lately, what she'd said didn't make much sense, and I was getting tired of thinking about it all. The noise of the room seemed to have muffled while we were speaking, but now came roaring back. I looked up towards the ceiling and stared at the girl swinging in the birdcage. She had a bored look on her face. She must have felt my gaze because she looked down at me, and our eyes locked. For a split second, as we looked at one another, it seemed we knew exactly what the other was feeling. I could tell she didn't want to be here any more than I did. I could see she felt trapped and alone. I wondered if she had come to this place the same way I did. Had she been in the forest once? Did she walk down that same road? The music swelled and the spell was broken. She winked at me and licked her lips seductively. I had the feeling she did that a lot. Chapter 5. Your love is a murderer, and I want to be killed. I took small, slow sips of my bourbon. The bartender made her rounds around the bar, taking care of every customer she had while still keeping an eye on me. The place seemed to be picking up. It felt more crowded and noisier than when I arrived. I noticed my clothes were almost completely dry, which was odd. How long have I been here? Just then, I felt a gentle hand being placed on the back of my neck. It squeezed slightly as if to massage me, and I turned to see who it was. "Hey there, stranger. How are you tonight?" The speaker was a young blonde woman with pale blue eyes and glossy pink lips. She was dressed in a two-piece made of lace, and not much of it. My arm automatically went around her with my hand coming to rest on her hip. I didn't know why I did that, and couldn't remember doing anything like that before. But she seemed to like it, since she drew in closer and leaned against me. "Hi," I said. "What's your name?" "I'm Lust. How about you?" she responded. Didn't know what to say. And I really didn't want to tell her that I could not remember my own name. I tried to think of something smooth to say. "Does it matter?" was what I came up with in the end. She laughed. "I guess not. Not to me, at least. Names are a funny thing, don't you think?" "How so?" "People ask us who we are and we tell them our names, as if that explains everything. When really, that's just what our character goes by," she answered. "I guess we all have our part to play," was, again, the best I could come up with. I noticed the bartender gravitating closer to us, as Lust continued speaking. "Exactly. It's like we all wear a mask and play a character, and so few people ever get to see the real me." I looked at her. I didn't really understand what she was talking about, or why she was saying it to me, but at that moment, I knew I wanted her. I wanted her more than I ever wanted anything before. I felt like I would do absolutely anything to have and keep this woman for myself. My hand slid slowly down her body. "Wow, your mask is beautiful," I told her. She reached down to take my hand and placed it on her cheeks and made me squeeze. I could feel my heart beat faster. She leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "Do you want to take your mask off with me?" Yes, was the answer. More than anything else in the world. More than I wanted to be out of the rain. More than I wanted to stop being chased. More than I wanted to go home. More than I wanted to understand what was going on. More than I even wanted to know my own name. I wanted her. I wanted to tell her all of this, but right then the bartender came over and interrupted us. "Hey, what are you two talking about?" she asked. I looked away from Lust's eyes, ruining the moment we had been sharing. I glanced at the barkeep who was looking at me disapprovingly. I looked away sheepishly, although I didn't know why. Nothing important," Lust said. "I was just getting to know my new friend here." The bartender looked at Lust as if she had heard it all before. Uh-huh. I don't know how you're going to do that when he doesn't even know his own name. I looked back at the bartender questioningly. Now why did she have to tell her that? Lust ran her fingers through my hair and rested her hand on the back of my neck. Oh, that's okay. He won't care what his name is soon. She smiled up at me as she spoke, and I felt the spell coming back between us. Why don't you leave this one alone, Lust? The bartender said. He's not for you. Lust glared at the woman behind the bar. She looked upset and almost menacingly for the first time. She leaned in close to the woman to make sure she would hear what she had to say. They are all for me, Sophia. And with that, she turned and walked away, pulling me to follow her. I immediately got up from the bar to go with her, but Sophia placed her hand on mine to stop me for a moment. I glanced back at her to see what she wanted. Be careful, stranger. These girls will drag you to hell, was all she said. Lust tugged hard on my arm right then. Come on, she said in a pouting voice. Sophia let go of my hand and walked away. Part of me wanted to stay and ask her what she meant. But then I looked back at Lust. Her hair bounced and her breasts jiggled as she pulled at me. And that part of me quickly vanished. I followed Lust as she led me through the crowded casino. We walked past craps tables, blackjack games, and roulette wheels. I noticed many men would look at Lust as we passed them, and then give me a slight nod or smile. I felt that just by being seen with her, I had earned their approval or even envy. It made me feel good to have the admiration of others for once. I didn't know why Lust was paying me any attention or what she wanted in return, and I didn't much care to ask. I had even forgotten that I wasn't wearing shoes. We left the bar area and entered into a large, dark nightclub type of place, with loud thumping music and strobing lights. It was very disorienting and hard to see. I grimaced as the music pounded in my head. Lust began to laugh and jump up and down to the beat. There must have been a couple hundred people around me, all moving in what I couldn't quite consider dance moves, but more some sort of hypnotic groove. Some had the carnival clown look. Others had long matted hair that ran below their waists. Some wore ridiculously baggy clothes and some wore nothing at all. One guy who had been spinning around slammed into me, causing me to let go of Lust's hand. He was wearing sunglasses and I wondered if he was blind or just a douchebag. He stumbled away, laughing hysterically before I could say anything. I looked around, thinking that Lust would be standing right there, but then realized I had lost her in the crowd. I felt my heartbeat quicken, and I immediately felt anxious. Lust! I called out, stupidly, as if she would hear me over the music. I looked around, scanning the room for her. I didn't want to lose her. I didn't care about her, not really. But she had made me feel better, even if it was only briefly. As I made my way through the crowd, there were many girls I mistook for Lust. Some of them seemed to be eyeing me seductively, the way the girl in the birdcage had. They were just as beautiful as Lust, if not more so. I had this strange feeling that everything that was going on, all of this, was for me. Every one of them was here for me, and yet I could not have a single one. I felt lost in the room, which seemed to have grown bigger and darker. The floor felt grimy under my feet. I began to feel like I was in the woods again. I was wandering around aimlessly in a sea of people that seemed to have merged together in a blur of colors and flesh. What am I doing here? What is anyone actually doing here? I could tell that they were not happy. I could see that they were all playing a part that they were not satisfied with. Their masks are loose. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed me. Hey, there you are! I turned and saw Lust staring up at me. I felt relieved, and my mood brightened immediately when I saw that she had somehow misplaced what little clothing she had been wearing. Standing next to her was another gorgeous girl with red hair and pale skin. She wore a skin-tight black leather suit and high heels. "Lust, where'd you go?" I asked. "I had to find my friend." She motioned to the redhead. "Don't you like her?" The new girl looked at me with a fierce look in her eyes and did not smile. I felt hard and soft at the same time. "Hi," was all I managed to say. I thought briefly about asking her name, but decided not to. I could see that she was trouble. Lust swayed back and forth to the music, which had softened and was a little slower now. She put her arms around me and turned me into a pole for her to grind against. I felt awkward but couldn't help but smile. I glanced at the redhead, who had a smile that said she knew more than the rest of us. Lust twirled around and rubbed herself against me. She grabbed my hands and ran them up and down her body, and then threw her arms around my neck and pulled me close. "Ready to get out of here?" she asked. "Yeah, of course. Where are we going?" "Follow me," she said, laughing as she took my hand. She turned and grabbed the redhead's hand as well and led us away from the dance floor. What the fuck is going on? I asked myself as we walked. Lust led us out of the dark dance room and into a plush, well-lit foyer with a staircase leading upward. She skipped up the stairs, which was covered in what looked like expensive red carpeting, and struck a pose at the top, waiting for us. "Come on, hurry up," she said, stamping her foot impatiently. I walked up the stairs, keeping my eyes on her naked body as she bounced and jiggled around. I would have followed her anywhere at that point. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was asking myself who these women were. What did they want with me? Why was I so willing to do whatever they said? Why did I want them so badly? The redhead came up behind me and put her hand on my back, pushing me up the stairs. "Let's not keep her waiting," she said in a sultry voice. I quickly forgot my questions. We joined Lust and followed her down a long hallway with about a half-dozen doorways. Lust opened one and led us into a room dimly lit by a few candles, with a couch and a large bed in the center of it. My heart began to beat faster, and I felt nervous. Lust threw herself on the bed and rolled over to face me, spreading her legs. The redhead who was still behind me put her arms around me and dug her nails into my chest and bit down on my ear. I let out a noise of surprise and pain, but she didn't care. She only dug harder and then pushed me down on the bed on top of Lust, who threw her arms around me as we started kissing. At the very moment when our lips touched, my head began to spin. I felt like I was falling. The room seemed to go dark on its own. The girls moaned and whispered. I couldn't form words or even thoughts. I reached out into the darkness to grab one of them, but felt nothing. I seemed to sink into the bed and fall into an abyss. I felt as if I was suspended in air and darkness. Was I falling? Was I swimming? It was like I was back in the river, struggling against the current, drowning. Their moans and voices echoed in my head and sounded louder than the music in the club had. I reached out once again, grasping for anything, for anyone, as long as it was real. That was when I felt the chains clamp down around my wrists. I snapped back to find myself chained to the bed, and not in a good way. The chains were heavy cast iron and had already begun to dig into my wrists. I looked up, confused, and saw Trouble, the redhead, staring down at me with an unfriendly smile on her face. Lust was getting dressed behind her. What the hell is going on?" I asked, trying to sound calm. "Sooner or later, there's going to have to be someone who doesn't fall for that," Trouble said. Lust giggled. "I doubt it. They all fall for me." "What are you two talking about? Can you let me out of these things?" I asked, shaking the manacles at them. "Are you kidding? We've been hearing stories all night about some stranger," showing up at the city gates with no mark, fighting guards, and running all over town acting crazy. And then you come in here looking like a madman. Trouble glared at me as if waiting for an explanation. Soaked to the bone and not even wearing shoes, Lust said. I thought perhaps they wanted to turn me in the hopes of a reward. Look, just let me go. I haven't done anything to hurt you two. I was just trying to lay low for a while. Trouble looked angry at that. She walked towards me, stepping up on the bed and coming to stand over me. I tried to shy away, but couldn't. She placed a foot on my chest, digging her heel in as I grimaced. You didn't want to lay low. The moment you saw her, your brain turned to shit, and you couldn't think about anything else besides owning her. Isn't that right? You are all alike, each one dumber than the last. Trouble said angrily. Lust walked to the door and opened it. Geez, leave him alone. It's not like he could resist. She put her hand on her hip and leaned in the doorway. Pussy has brought down plenty of great men. A fuckload of mediocre ones, too. Trouble added. She took her foot off my chest and kicked me directly in the forehead, and the lights went out again. Chapter 6. World Gone Wrong. When I woke up, I wasn't sure of how much time had passed. My head felt like it had been split in two, and I groaned as the pain hit me. I was still shackled, unfortunately. I was clothed, thankfully, and still barefoot, as always. I noticed there were small blood streaks on the bedsheet from the bottom of my feet and wondered briefly if I would get a bill for that. Assuming that the girls would be back any minute, probably with the guards or maybe even worse, I pulled and tugged at the chains, seeing if I could pry them loose, but only succeeded in drawing more blood from my wrists. I grimaced at the pain and stopped, wondering how many idiots had laid in this bed before me and what had happened to them afterward. Why had it been so easy to fall for lust? How was she so powerful? And what was coming next? My thoughts drifted back to the oarsman, and I felt ashamed to think of what he would say if he could see me now. I didn't know why I thought of him then, but part of me wished he was here now, to help me and tell me what to do. I thought about Sophia, the woman at the bar, somewhere downstairs in that sea of people, and how she had tried to warn me. She had told me what to do and I didn't listen. I deserve this, I thought to myself. I deserve this and whatever comes next. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from the other side of the door. Tried to sit up as best I could as someone attempted to open the door, only to discover that it was locked. Then I heard the sound of metal tinkering inside the lock and realized that whoever it was picking it. A second later, the door opened ever so slightly. I felt a wave of panic rise up in me as a hooded figure slipped into the room. It had the smaller frame of a woman, and it glanced around quickly before seeing me. Help! Please, I started to say as she walked over to me. Shush, she said, placing her finger on my lips. It was only then, looking up into her eyes, that I realized who she was. The girl from the birdcage. Don't worry, she said. I'm getting you out of here, but we have to hurry. She was holding what looked like a bent paperclip, and with that began to pick the lock of my chains. She was no longer dressed in the lingerie she'd been wearing earlier in the night, but wore jeans and a simple sweatshirt. She had put her dark hair in a ponytail and tucked it away into her hood. How did you know I was up here? I asked. Are you serious? You're not exactly inconspicuous, and lust pulls this kind of thing all the time. Her voice was calm and smooth. I saw her lock onto you the moment you entered the club. What does she want with me? Nothing good. Keep you locked up and torment you? Sell you to somebody? Bitch is crazy. I think she just likes having prisoners. People trade everything for her and get nothing in return. I heard a click in the lock and felt the cuffs fall off as she answered. I sat up, rubbing my wrists. Thanks, I said. But what do we do now? Well, unless you want to go back to the casino and try your luck again, I highly suggest we get out of here. Come on! She pulled me off the bed to my feet. I can show you a way out. As she pulled me, I caught a glimpse of her wrists, which were bare and free of any mark. A familiar pain shot through my feet as they hit the floor, but I managed to stumble across the room with her. She cracked the door open a bit and peered out. I don't see anyone. I can sneak you out the back through the basement without too many people noticing us. Why does anyone here care about me anyway? I asked. It seemed like everyone had it out for me since the moment I arrived in this crazy city, and I was tired of running and not knowing why. She looked at me seriously, but with a hint of sadness in her eyes. You're different from them. They can all see it, and it's unsettling for most. I guess you remind them of something they had forgotten. Let's go. She grasped me by the arm and pushed through the door. I didn't have time to think about what she said, but I was used to not understanding the people here by now. We made our way down the empty hallway and back down the staircase. The music began to grow louder once more, and the thumping of the dance floor reverberated through my bones. The girl did not take me back through the dance floor, but instead led me through a series of passages and corridors until I was thoroughly lost. This place must have been massive. As we walked, I noticed that we were almost the same height as each other, and that she was much stronger than she looked. We passed by several people, who all seemed too busy to care about us. Some were drinking, some were dancing randomly, some were hooking up on the floor, and some were sick on the floor. Their makeup was starting to run down their faces, leaving it smeared and ghoulish looking. Why do they paint their faces like that? I asked. Isn't it obvious? They don't want you to see what's underneath. It gets pretty ugly once you start peeling back the layers. The girl answered. We continued on through the hallways as the music diminished into a dull thud that echoed through the walls. We saw fewer and fewer people as we ran until we were alone. Who are you exactly? Are you from this city? I asked her. She did not look at me as she answered. No, I'm not from here. I'm from somewhere much better, but there are many who need my help and I try to be here for them. If they remember me, that is. What do you mean? People forget about you? All the time. Whenever they get into trouble or things seem dark. I do what I can, but it's pretty hard when people ignore you. She turned into a darkly lit stairway that led us downward. Why are you helping me? I've never even met you, I asked. She smirked at me. First one is on the house. Next time won't be so easy. This city is always trying to push me out or wall me off, but I have my ways of slipping through the cracks. Here we are. We came to the bottom of the stairs, where there was another short corridor with a gate at the end of it. She led me over to it and produced a key and unlocked the gate. Where did you get that? There isn't a door I can't open, she said as we stepped outside. It was foggy and appeared to be early morning. I breathed the fresh air in deep, not realizing how stale it had been inside the casino. I looked around at what was a narrow back alley that must have been far removed from the entrance I'd found the night before. I wonder if the cops are still looking for me, I thought out loud. I'm sure they are, which is why you need to keep a low profile. She pointed to the end of the alley. Head north towards the city center, then east from there. There's a group of people there that may be able to help you. They call themselves the congregation. Wait, you aren't coming with me? I asked as she stepped back behind the gate. You are not the only one who needs my help. But don't worry, I'll be around. She shut the gate and locked it behind her. How will I know these congregation people when I see them? I'll try and get a message to them to be on the lookout for you. Be careful who you trust, though. They are not all friends. She turned away and headed back down the dark, damp corridor toward the stairs. Wait! I called, clutching the iron bars of the gate. I don't even know your name! She glanced back at me. Her dark hair blew slightly from the motion, revealing a sparkle in her eyes. I'm Faith. Now go! And with that, she disappeared into the shadows. I took off in the direction she told me to go. The streets were still wet from the previous night's rain. My feet slipped on the damp cobblestone street and smooth cement of the sidewalks. As the early morning fog began to dissipate, I saw that all the buildings were a depressed, dull gray color and looked almost identical to one another. The sky was still a dark overcast, and the storm clouds hung in their usual assigned place, over my head. There wasn't much activity in the city streets yet. I walked for the better part of an hour, without hardly seeing anyone, and only being passed by a few vehicles that took no notice of me. A chill took over me. I hugged myself for warmth that wasn't there. My mind was once again consumed by the usual mysteries of this strange reality I found myself in. What is this place? Where in the universe does it reside? Will I ever make it home again? But was there a home out there for me? Was there a place I truly belonged, with someone there waiting for me? I began to question if I was even a real person, with some purpose or just a ghost. Some lost and lonely spirit cursed to wander this wasteland alone, forever. I kept walking, contemplating my sad and sorry fate as usual, and was reminded of my time in the woods, wandering aimless and afraid. Things had gotten weird since then, and I felt that they would get weirder still before the end. I pushed on, for however many unknown miles through dank and decrepit streets and back alleys, until I could begin to hear the hustle and bustle of people and activity. Continuing in the direction of the commotion and turning a corner, I found myself at the edge of the city's center Faith had pointed me towards. It was a massive, circular open-air bazaar with what must have been hundreds of shops and stands selling all sorts of goods. Thousands of people were moving in and about the marketplace, buying, selling, and bartering with one another. Strange music I had never heard before, a mixture of drums, horns, and chants, drifted through the market, intermingling with the odd aromas of food, flowers, animals, and the people themselves. Not sure where to go exactly, I made my way through the crowd cautiously. A few people gave me an awkward glance, but most just ignored me. Some of them wore colorful loose robes. Some wore suits and fine dresses, and some wore rags. My own torn and dirty clothing made me resemble the beggars that sat up against the walls, or that wandered about asking for food or money. I made my way down the aisle of food vendors. The smell of baked bread and cooked meat wafted through the air and made me realize how hungry I was. I had not eaten anything since waking up in the woods. And how long ago was that? A day? A week? It felt like years had passed since my ordeal began. But that was impossible. Or was it? Time certainly seemed to move differently in World City. It was hard to tell day from night with the sky in a constant overcast of storm clouds. The city itself felt alive and bustling in some areas, and dead and abandoned in others. And how did I even know that any of this was wrong? After all, what did I have to compare anything to? I still had no memory of who I was or how I'd come to be here. Then, how do I know that this is wrong? How do I know that all of this is so very wrong? At the moment, I did not care. All I knew right then was that I was starving. It smelled like every food I could imagine had been prepared. I stopped and stood at a bread stand as the baker behind it called out his prices to the passing crowd. He had a wide assortment of loaves, bagels, pastries, and sweets piled high on his table. The vendor next to him was frying a large piece of some sort of fish on a charred, flaming hot skillet. An elderly woman across the aisle from them held up a basket full of eggs for her customer to inspect. I wandered through the market knowing I didn't have a cent to buy anything with. The words Mr. Capital had said on the wagon came back to me. Everything in this city revolved around money, and I had none. The realization of my hunger hit me like a ton of bricks. My stomach groaned, and I swear I could feel it shriveling up inside me. I noticed the different cooks and shopkeepers had started giving me dirty looks and shooing me away from their stands if I hovered for too long. They could probably tell from the mere sight of me how broke I was. I kept walking through the market and began to consider trying to steal something to eat. I felt as if I would die if I did not eat soon. I stopped and stood at another stand where a man was frying meat and vegetables and wrapping it up in a kind of flatbread. The smell was breathtaking, and I almost felt dizzy from the aroma. "How much for one of these?" I asked the man, gesturing to the wraps he had already made. The man wore a grease-stained shirt and glanced at me with an uninterested look. "For you, 10 denarii. What the hell is a denarii? I thought to myself. Whatever it was, I didn't have 10 of it, or even one. I had nothing to trade with the man either, except for the shirt I was wearing, which I doubted he would be interested in since it was dirtier than his own. "How about I do some work for you in exchange for one?" I suggested. The man's eyes narrowed as he looked suspiciously at me. "Oh no, you piss off! I don't need any beggars around here!" I instinctively took a step back, surprised at his hostility. "I'm not trying to beg, I just wanted—" "Fuck off, I said!" The man yelled and waved a knife in the air towards me. "Before I call the city guards on you!" "No, please," I began to stutter. "Whoa now, what's the problem?" said a voice behind me. I turned to see a young man about my age. He wore plain pants and a white t-shirt, with heavy boots at the bottom. His brown hair was cut neatly, and he had a warm expression on his face. "Calm down, Juan. No need to stab the poor guy." The man behind the food stand seemed to relax at the sight of him, lowering his knife. "He ain't got no money, John, and there's thieves all around this market." "I don't think he was going to rob you." John reached into his pocket and pulled out a small purse. "Can't you see he's a stranger in these parts?" He took a few coins from his purse and handed them to Juan. "We'll take 2. Juan accepted the coins without smiling and handed the man 2 of the wraps. "Much obliged," said John, as he turned and began to walk away. "Coming, stranger?" I glanced at Juan, who gave me one final scowl, and turned to follow this new character my path had crossed with. He held out his hand to give me one of the wraps. As I took it, I noticed that he, as well, did not have any markings on his wrist. He began eating his own wrap as we started walking. "Thanks," I said. "Who are you?" I bit into the rolled-up sandwich immediately. Bits of seasoned meat, potato, and onion overwhelmed my taste buds. It was one of the most delicious things I had ever tasted. Not that I can remember eating anything before this. "Name's Jonathan. Faith told me to find you here." "How do you know I'm the one she meant?" I asked with my mouth half full. He glanced at me and looked me up and down. "She said to look for a peculiar-looking chap fallen into trouble and to keep an eye out for bloody feet," he answered bluntly. I looked down at my bruised, scratched-up feet, which were going from bad to worse. "Oh, well, I guess that's me." He laughed a little at that. "No worries, stranger. I'll take you to some people who can help." "You mean the congregation?" "Yes, I see you've heard of us. Faith mentioned it. But what will they be able to do for me? Can they tell me who I am?" He stopped for a second to consider, chewing his food as he did. "Perhaps. You really don't remember anything about yourself, not even your name." "No. I can't remember anything past yesterday, or whenever it was. I woke up here," I admitted. A stranger in a strange land indeed," he said as if he was speaking to himself. "Well, I'm not sure how much they will be able to help you remember, but we can certainly give you a safe place to rest for the time being." That wasn't offering much, but as long as they didn't chain me to a bed, I figured it was the best I could hope for. We walked through the marketplace, eating our wraps, and eventually left the food section and made our way into what must have been the livestock area. Everywhere I looked, there were live animals for sale. Everything from sheep and horses to a baby elephant and a caged tiger, sold separately, of course. An old man came up to me and started shouting in a language I couldn't understand, clearly trying to sell me something. "No, thank you," Jonathan said to him. "We don't want any chimpanzees." The man looked disappointed and turned away,
What don't they sell here? I asked bewilderedly. In the market, anything you can imagine. Food, clothes, steel, plastics, and lumber. You can buy cars over there, he said, gesturing off in the distance. And you can buy robots or virtual reality programs over that way. He pointed in another direction. You can even buy people, if you know who to ask. He finished solemnly. People? You have slaves here? I asked in disbelief. A long time ago they did. It is against the law nowadays, but like I said, if you know who to talk to, all sorts of nasty stuff can be done in secret. Why doesn't the law stop them? I asked. He considered for a moment before answering. It's easier for them to ignore, I guess. It's not something they want to admit is a problem. World City likes to think it's evolved past its dark days. The people choose to believe that they have somehow overcome their normal flaws, but the truth is people are the same as they've always been. How did it get like this? I asked him. How did it get so bad? I don't know, he shrugged. Bad people made bad decisions and nobody stood up to them. A lot of our problems started long ago, before we were ever born. Who knows why they did the things they did, but as far as I'm concerned, the most evil man to ever live was the one who thought he could put a price tag on a human being. He crumpled the empty wrapper of his sandwich and threw it in a nearby trash bin. We walked in silence for a time. I followed Jonathan, who seemed to know his way around the market, without paying much attention to the direction we headed. I thought a lot about what he had said. And this place that I was in. So much of this place was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I had sensed it from the moment I arrived at the city, but at the same time, I did not know how I knew that. How do I know the world is wrong? How do I know that I do not belong here? Maybe I had always been here. Maybe I was just a homeless beggar who had gone completely insane, running around the entire city wreaking havoc for no good reason. I turned my attention back to Jonathan. Are you from here? I asked him. Where, the marketplace? He said with a grin. This city, I shot back. Of course, or else would I be from? There has to be somewhere else. Somewhere different from here, I said. There's wildlands outside the city walls, but not many live out there. Some people will constantly travel out there for some strange reason, but they always come back. Yes, but there has to be somewhere else. I stopped walking and shook my hands in the air as I spoke. A different country, a different kingdom, whatever you call it. This city can't be all there is. There has to be somewhere better. I had begun to yell and startled some of the people shopping around us. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, then took a step closer and spoke so that only I could hear him. This is the world, stranger. I'm sorry that it doesn't live up to your expectations, but this is all there is. That can't be. I shook my head as I spoke. I'm not from here. I don't belong here, and I don't know how I know this, but I know this place is wrong. I know that there is a better place out there somewhere. He stared at me blankly for a few seconds before saying anything. Well, I hope you find this better place one day, stranger. I hope you find where you belong, but you can't sit and criticize the world for everything it lacks. You have to face it for what it is. He turned and started walking again, this time at a faster pace than before. I hesitated for a moment, staring blankly at the ground, then up at the sky. The storm clouds were darkening again. It looked like it would begin raining soon. I glanced around and realized people had begun staring at me, probably wondering what this strange fool was yelling about. I shook myself, and then hurried after Jonathan. We walked quickly through a few more sections of the market without speaking, eventually making our way to another city street, with more dull gray buildings littering the landscape. I wondered briefly if the entire city had been designed by the same bland architect who was, perhaps, blind. The streets were busier now than they had been in the early morning, with more people and traffic. We weaved our way in between cars, pedestrians, and the occasional horse-drawn carriages. We walked for at least a couple of miles before speaking again. Who built the city?
I finally asked. It's hard to say exactly. It was started back in the ancient days, too far back for anyone to remember, he answered. And there's a king, right? He glanced at me, and I saw him cringe slightly at the question. Yes, there is a king, and you should very much hope to never meet him. Why not? He is a very evil man. A man void of all principle or conscience. Sounds like a couple people I've met here. What's wrong with him? Jonathan stopped and considered a moment. It's not so much what's wrong with him. It's more like he is wrongness itself. He lies as easily as he breathes. He owns only what he has stolen. He will promise you everything you've ever hoped for, and give you only death in the end. Uh-huh. He sounds like a standard politician to me. Do you think he'll know how I can get home? Jonathan stopped and stared at me for a few seconds, as if I were the dumbest person he'd ever laid eyes on. You're not taking this seriously, are you? No, not really. It's hard to take anyone I've met here seriously. You all talk in riddles or stupid rhymes without ever actually saying anything. I'm tired of the runaround. And if this king guy is in charge, then he should be able to tell me who I am and how to get home, I said, no longer trying to hide my frustration. Anywhere he leads you will be the last place you want to be, stranger. He turned and started walking again as if the matter was settled. Not willing to drop the subject, I followed after him, asking, when did the king come into power? Jonathan sighed, exasperated. A long time ago. Everything was a long time ago. Let me guess, so long that nobody can remember? I suppose in a way, yes. He does not appear to be an old man, but he was ruling when my grandfather was a child. He has not always ruled over the city, but his influence has been here since the beginning. Has anyone ever challenged him? Tried to overthrow him? Jonathan glanced at me again, suspiciously this time. Why do you ask? I shrugged. If he is as bad as you say, it seems like the people would eventually try to get rid of him. If anyone knew and agreed on who he is, they might. But the people of this city are stubborn and easily distracted. Most aren't concerned about what really goes on or who's in charge. And as long as they have money in their pockets, food to eat, and something to entertain them, they won't rise up, he said, sounding sad. As much as society has advanced, things get nicer, cleaner, more civilized. But people are the same. Our hearts have not changed. I didn't say anything more for a while. We continued walking in silence as I thought on his words. I felt like I knew what he meant, or at least I believed so. For as odd and as strange a place as World City was, something about it felt familiar. I felt as if I, whatever I was or wherever I was from, had always had these same problems and had always known these things to be true. Was I the same as these people here? Distracted, confused, only concerned with myself and chasing what felt good. I thought about lust and how easily I had been taken in by her. I hung my head in shame at the memory and stared at the ground as we walked. Maybe I deserve this. Maybe this is where I belong. What about you? I finally asked, looking up. Did your heart change? He laughed a little. I'd like to think it has, but it wasn't me who did it. What was it? More like who? Oh? Who was it then? Somebody where you're taking me? Jonathan considered for a moment. A madam of the congregation, yes. But he's not a member. Not exactly. What's he like? I asked. Unlike anyone you'll ever meet. That's not saying much, and why don't you have one of those marks like everyone else? He looked at me and smiled. There is much to explain to you, and there are others who can do a better job than I can, but be patient. Besides, we're nearly there. We walked for a few more minutes, leaving the street, cutting through an alley, and finally turning a corner. Here we are, said Jonathan. Before me stood a large building made of brick, with stained glass windows and a towering steeple at the top. It looked old, with shingles on the roof falling off and pieces of its walls chipping away. "What is this place?" I asked, somewhat unimpressed with the sight of it. "It's a cathedral," he answered, walking towards it. We walked up its stone steps together and came to a stop at the entrance. 2 heavy oak doors stood shut at the top of the stairs. I glanced around instinctively, but there were no signs of people or activity around us. Jonathan stepped up to the dark heavy doors and knocked 3 times. For a moment, nothing happened. But then I heard a lock turn, and one of the doors creaked as it opened slightly. "Come on," Jonathan said, walking through and gesturing for me to follow. I hesitated for a second. I glanced up at the sky. The first drops of rain were beginning to fall. The clouds were turning black, and there was thunder in the distance. I let out a deep sigh and stepped forward, walking through the doorway. It was time to meet the congregation. Chapter 7. Angel Down. We stepped into a large open room, with several wooden pews lined up in the center of it. The walls were plain stone with cracks and stress fractures running up and down them. They were broken up by long panes of glass with pictures of what I assumed were angels painted on them, and were the only source of light in the dimly lit room. Several people sat scattered across the pews and were all facing the far end of the room, where a tall pulpit stood on a small stage. The air inside was stale, and the whole building felt old and somewhat dilapidated. "This is the sanctuary, where we meet," Jonathan said to me. "Kind of dingy, isn't it?" He gave me another exasperated look. "It's seen better days, but this building has stood for as long as the city it's located in has," he said, sounding offended. "Nothing has destroyed it yet, though they keep trying." "Who's they?" I asked. "The police, the city guard, agents of the king and his supporters." "Isn't that pretty much everybody?" "So it would seem." He motioned for me to take a seat on one of the pews closest to us. "Wait here, I'll go see where the pastor is." I nodded and took a seat, grateful for the opportunity to rest my aching feet as he walked to the end of the room and disappeared through a door on the side of the stage. I looked around at the couple dozen or so people in the sanctuary. Most were seated, waiting patiently for something. Some leaned up against the side of the wall, speaking to each other, and a few younger teenagers stood awkwardly in the back as if unsure of where to go. All ignored me, which I was more than okay with. I was still unsure of these people and this place, and after the heated conversation with Jonathan on the way here, I was perfectly content with being left alone for a while. I found myself staring at the different colored paintings on the stained glass windows. Most were of white, angelic-looking beings surrounded by clouds with halos around their heads. One was of a dude holding a lamp and being surrounded by other sheep, which I found to be very odd. The final one I noticed, on the side of one of the walls, struck me so much I almost gasped. It was a picture of an older-looking black man standing in a small boat, rowing across calm waters. It looks like the oarsman. He stood alone in the boat and had no halo around his head, but the sun shone brightly on his face. I thought about the man who had rowed me across the river and the things he had told me. I had not understood his words at the time, but looking back now, he was the only person I had met that made any sense. Be a man. Always start with that. I had failed miserably in his instructions. From the moment I entered through the city's gates, I had been running around like a rat in a maze, going from bad to worse. But what was I supposed to be doing? Why was I here? I felt like I was back in the woods, alone and wandering aimlessly, contemplating my sad and sorry fate. Just then, the door Jonathan had gone through opened, and a middle-aged man with a graying beard stepped out and walked to the pulpit. A hush fell across the room. and the people in the pews straightened up in their seats. "Brothers and sisters," the man said, raising his arms as if to welcome us. "I wish to welcome you all today to this house of worship. I see some new faces in the crowd, so allow me to introduce myself as the pastor of the congregation." He lowered his arms and rested his hands on the pulpit. He wore a simple suit with a jacket and tie, not too expensive looking, but still managing to be the best-dressed man in the room. If he is the pastor, maybe he will have answers to my questions, I thought to myself. "I speak to you today as a humble servant. I speak as one who was once like you, poor, lost, and wandering through the wilderness of this world." He talked in a loud, authoritative voice. "I speak as one who knows the bitter cold of night on these streets, one who knows the hunger and fear that plagues you." "Okay," I muttered under my breath. "And I am here to tell you all that there is a better way, that there is hope." He raised his arms again in exclamation, his barcode tattoo noticeably displayed on his wrist. "We here at the congregation have found a better way. I have found a better way, and have given it to them. It is a free gift, and it is available to anyone who is humble enough to accept it." He kept his arms in the air as he shouted, "It is called the path, and it is open to any one of you who wishes to walk it." The path? Is he talking about a way out of the city? I wondered. The crowd in the pews began to murmur and nod their heads in agreement. "But be warned, the path is hard," the pastor continued. "For there are many traps and footholds on which to stumble along the way, and there are many who wish to keep you from walking it. Which is why you must stick close to this congregation and follow me." My eyes narrowed at the pastor as he said that. A warm smile spread across his face at that moment, perhaps for my benefit. "I know some of you are skeptical and have every right to be." He began to pace back and forth on the stage as he spoke. "I know how lost and afraid and confused you are right now. I know how alone you feel. I know how long you've been running, searching for where you belong." He paused and gazed out into the crowd, and for a split second, our eyes met. "And I am here to tell you, you have found a place to call home here." A few people clapped their hands when he said that, and someone behind me yelled out, "Amen!" at the top of their lungs. I crossed my arms and sat there, staring suspiciously now at the pastor. He certainly had described the way I was feeling, but I couldn't help but think that this was all some sort of script he had memorized and was now reciting. He put up his hands again, this time to hush the crowd. "Thank you, brothers and sisters, but this is not about me. It is about you." He started pointing randomly at people. "It is about each and every one of you finding your true purpose, finding where you really belong." He pointed finally at me, and our eyes locked. "It is about finding your true place in this city." I stared blankly, trying not to give anything away. He held my gaze for what felt like a long time, and then smiled again. "I am told we have a young new stranger in our midst, one who has seen many troubles and tribulations since coming to our city, one who has wandered the woods and the alleyways alike in search of who he really is." He stepped off the stage and began to slowly walk towards me, never breaking eye contact. "So tell us, my young friend." He gestured towards me to make it clear to everyone who he meant. "What have you discovered about yourself thus far?" The people around me turned and stared in curious anticipation. I could feel the eyes of everyone in the room on me. I remained seated with my arms crossed. I wasn't going to put on a show for these people. Well, not much," I stammered out. I've been running most of the night. Ah, yes, I was once just as you, the pastor said. Running from my problems, searching for the truth, looking in all the wrong places, but there is good news for you, stranger. He paused for effect. Seek, and you shall find. Another murmur of approval rippled through the audience, and a few more amens were shouted out. The pastor nodded his head and gazed up at the ceiling for some reason. Seek what? I asked in a firm voice. The room fell silent. The pastor seemed surprised at the question and looked slightly confused. Why, the truth, of course. We must always seek the truth, he answered. The truth about what? What is it exactly I'm supposed to be seeking? The pastor was quiet for a moment, considering. I could tell he wasn't used to being questioned and that he did not appreciate it. The sanctuary had taken on an awkward silence, with the people in the pews looking back and forth between the two of us. We must always seek the path, he finally said. The path is the truth. It is hope. It is the only salvation in this world. You discovered this path, I asked. I did. It is open to all, but it is really hard. Yeah, I know, I interrupted. Where does this path lead? He blinked at me a couple of times and was clearly becoming annoyed. The path leads to life, everlasting life. No, he was the one stammering. Will walking the path get me out of this city? There is no out of this city, stranger. He frowned deeply at me. And furthermore, the path is not for the weak of heart of those who would question it. Well, if I can't question it, and if it doesn't get me home, why should I follow it? All of a sudden, Jonathan reappeared behind the pastor from the side door of the stage. He had clearly been listening and spoke directly to me now. The path is not a road you can simply walk down, stranger. It is a lifestyle. It is a never-ending series of choices that you make. The congregation turned their attention to Jonathan as he spoke. It is how all of us choose to face this world. The pastor looked at him disapprovingly. Brother Jonathan and I have our disagreements, and he speaks out of turn now. The path is a well-laid-out system of rules. Laws passed down by the ancestors which provide order and security in these troubling times, he said. I've heard about your ancestors, about the people that built this city, and quite frankly, I don't think they are people you want to listen to, I said. The pastor glared at me. You know nothing of what you speak. Who are you to question such things, to question me? You, who does not even know his own name. He's got me there. I didn't have an answer for that. I didn't have an answer for any of these things, to be honest. But I didn't like this pastor, or his idea of the right path thing, and I was beginning to feel like coming here was a huge mistake. Why would faith send me to this place? I stood up from my seat, beginning to lose my temper. I may not know who I am, but I know a salesman when I see one, and you're going to have to offer these people a lot more than rules or laws if you expect any of them to follow you. The audience was starting to look more and more confused. Some were beginning to nod at me with agreements. Others glared at me with contempt alongside their pastor, who was looking more livid by the moment. How dare you! You miscreant who blasphemes in this holy place! I, who was ordained, have studied the writings and the teachings that have been passed down for a millennium. No one knows the law as I do. I was sent here to shepherd this lowly flock of peasants in the way of the path. You are an unwashed vagabond blown off in the city streets. You were sent by no one, Jonathan interjected. The pastor spun around and glared at him. You ordained yourself over these people and refuse to let anyone read the laws for themselves. The holy writings are not for the common people. They need interpreting, the pastor exclaimed. Your interpretation is inadequate at best. But there is a man who was sent to us." The pastor fell silent, visibly shaken by Jonathan's words. "Who was sent by the Most High Power." "No," the pastor whispered. "Do not speak of that man here, that cultist." "One who was sent by the power greater than all things," Jonathan continued. "Greater than you. Greater than this city. Greater than the king himself." I stared in confusion at the dramatic scene unfolding, but was also starting to enjoy the show. "No one sits above the king. To speak such things is heresy," said the pastor. Jonathan ignored him. "Friends, this man of whom I speak has come to show us a better way. He has come to show us the true path, the one that leads to his kingdom." The room was completely silent for a few moments, and I realized only then that the entire congregation was staring at me in anticipation. "Well, it's not me," I shrugged. Jonathan smirked. "No, he's definitely not the one I'm talking about, but he needs to meet him. You all do." The people in the pews lost interest in me and turned back to face the pastor, who was still broiling. "The man you speak of is a liar. He is a false teacher and a wanted criminal. To follow him is to turn your back on this congregation," he yelled at Jonathan. "You will be disavowed and shunned from this holy sanctuary and by its people." Jonathan nodded his head solemnly, as a gasp echoed through the crowd. I felt bad for my new friend, if that's what we were. He had spoken up when he didn't have to. And even though I did not entirely understand his message, I could tell he truly believed in it, and was about to lose everything because of it. He stood there silently for a few seconds, staring at the floor. The sanctuary was perfectly quiet. When he looked up, his eyes were watery, but the look in them was determined. "There's a day coming when you will be held accountable for the words you have said, for the message you have spread," he said to the pastor. "The deepest pit in hell is reserved for the false shepherds who led their flock astray." "Get out!" the pastor said, so angry that his voice was shaking. "On that day, there will be no hope for you, and I will be glad I did not follow you. Get out!" The pastor screamed as Jonathan stepped off the stage and walked down the aisle towards me. "Take your heathen friend and get out of my sight!" The congregation broke into commotion as Jonathan walked away. Some yelled at him, calling him names and curses. Others shouted to leave him alone, and that he should stay. Some started yelling at the pastor, and some just sat there with their head in their hands, too confused to make a decision. I stood at the end of the room, close to the doors, with my hands in my pockets, and nodded at Jonathan as he walked up to me. "Best church service I've ever been to, bro," I said to him. "Have you ever even been to a church service before?" I shrugged. "I doubt it. You probably shouldn't have brought me here." "No," he said, glancing back at the chaotic scene unfolding behind him. "It's good that you were here. The congregation has a lot of problems, and they will only get worse the longer things go unsaid. But we should probably get out of here now." We turned and headed for the doors. "Where to now?" I asked. Jonathan smiled. "I'm going to introduce you to my friend, let you see what a real shepherd is like." My feet winced in pain as we walked. I looked down at them and saw that I was leaving spotty dirt-red footprints on the floor. I looked back at the pastor, who was still glaring hatefully at us. "I don't suppose anyone has a pair of shoes I could borrow?" I asked, loud enough for the whole room to hear over their arguing. "Get out!" the pastor wailed at us. "Never mind," I said, unable to help myself. We walked a few steps to the front of the heavy oak doors. "Where is this friend of yours?" I asked Jonathan as he opened one of the doors and stepped outside. "In a different part of the city, not far. He's—" Just then, a loud bang and cracking noise rang out so loud it made me jump. I saw Jonathan's body jerk and fall to the ground, flat on his back. I stared down at him in confusion as a large spurt of blood came out of the center of his chest. Suddenly, all the arguing of the congregation behind us stopped, as people looked to see what had happened. I looked up to see at least 30 armed men outside of the church, all with their weapons aimed at me standing in the doorway. One of the men held up a bullhorn and started yelling into it. "This is the city god! You are harboring a wanted fugitive of the law! Surrender him to us now!" Ignoring them, I quickly reached down and grabbed Jonathan underneath his arms and pulled him back inside. More gunshots rang out, and I could feel the bullets whiz past my head. I propped Jonathan's limp body against the wall and immediately kicked the oak door closed behind us. The men outside let loose with a barrage of gunfire that engulfed the building. Screams erupted from behind me as the congregation ducked for cover. I could hear the majority of bullets ricocheting off of the stone walls of the cathedral, but dozens of the shots ripped through the oak doors, and I could feel splinters flying past me. I crouched down next to Jonathan and placed my hands over his wound, pushing down as hard as I could. His white shirt was now a dark red color, and his face was growing paler by the second. "Hang on!" I shouted at him. He slowly gazed up at me, and I could see the life draining from his eyes. "I'm going to get you out of here," I told him, even though I had no idea of how I was going to do that. All around us, the stained glass windows were shattering, and jagged shards rained down on the sanctuary. The audience members whimpered and cried on the floor. I could tell from some of the screams that more people had been hit and were wounded. "Stranger," Jonathan mumbled weakly. "You have to go." "No, I'm not leaving you." I looked around frantically for help, or anything I could use for more cover. Suddenly, Jonathan reached out and grabbed my hands with a strength that surprised me. "Go. Find the shepherd. He'll help you." I shook my head. "I can't. I don't know what to do." "Out the back," he said, looking towards the end of the room where the pulpit stood. "You can make it. Run." I wanted so badly to save him, but had no clue as to what to do at that moment. I continued shaking my head as my eyes began to well up. "I have to save you," was all I could think to say. A small flicker of a smile ran across Jonathan's face as he shook his head slightly. "I am saved. We have to save you." His grip on me loosened, and his hand fell to the floor. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as it slumped back. The wound on his chest stopped bleeding. I held it for a few more seconds before letting go. I knew he was gone. I remained crouched by the body for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what to do. The gunfire and ensuing hail of bullets had not let up, and I thought they would have to stop to reload soon. I looked around at the chaotic scene unfolding in the sanctuary. Everywhere people were hugging the ground, crouching behind overturned pews or ducking into the corners of the stone walls. Blood was sprayed everywhere, and the screams were deafening. I looked to the door on the side of the stage, half expecting a team of armed guards to burst through at any moment and kill us all. But there was no gunfire coming in from the back of the room. I decided it would be best to get away from the front doors, which were quickly becoming a pile of splinters, and started crawling across the floor towards the back of the building. I dragged my body at a painfully slow pace, crawling over broken glass and a few limp bodies. Everywhere around me, bullets landed or bounced off the floor. Amazingly, though, I was not hit as I weaved my way in between the fallen pews. I could feel the broken glass pricking and cutting me all over my arms and stomach as I moved, finally making it to the stage. There was a lull in the shooting as I propped myself up against a pew at the front of the stage. They must be reloading. The cries from inside died down as I looked around for what to do next. A few feet away from me, under a pew that was somehow still standing, I noticed the pastor, cradling himself. His whole body was shaking in terror, and he had his eyes squeezed shut tight, as he screamed at the top of his lungs.
Oh God, help me!
Hey, pastor guy! Is there a back way out of here? He peeped his eyes open to see who was speaking, as sweat and tears poured down his face. The look in his eyes went from fear to pure hatred once he saw it was me. You! He yelled, pointing a finger at me. This is your doing! I did not think that was entirely fair, but I could see his point. Chaos and trouble did seem to follow me around, much like the storm clouds did, everywhere I went in World City, and now I was getting innocent people killed because of it. Do you want to try and get your people out of here, or do you want to lay here arguing? I asked. Suddenly, the voice from outside came back in over the bullhorn. Cease fire! Attention those inside! Surrender the fugitive immediately! The weird one with no shoes! Give him up! The pastor and I glanced back and forth at each other for a second. Dude, be cool, I said, knowing that he was about to be very not cool. Seize him! He yelled. He's the one they want! Grab him! I heard someone yell from behind me. Grab the stranger! I leapt up to my feet, climbed onto the stage, and bolted across it towards the door. Stop the heathen! Someone else yelled after me. I dove through the side door without looking back to see who was following me. I found myself in what looked like a small storage room with cabinets, bookshelves, and a few random boxes, but also a staircase leading down. I quickly slammed the door closed behind me and went to lock it, only to discover that there was no lock on it. I could hear commotion and more yells coming towards the door, so I grabbed one of the tall shelves full with books and tilted it over till it fell on the door, forcing it closed. I noticed a dozen or so bullet holes in the walls and some of the boxes as I headed down the stairs at a fast pace. I ran down about 2 flights of stairs, slipping several times on the smooth steps, and came to another door at the bottom which I burst through. I looked around at a large, dimly lit room, which must have been the basement under the sanctuary. It was mostly empty except for a few more cabinets and boxes lined up against the walls. I fumbled my way through the dark room until I reached the back wall and started feeling around for a door or any kind of exit. I could hear heavy footsteps of people stomping around and more yelling coming from up above. I assumed that the city guards must have entered the sanctuary and were now searching for me. After about a minute of feeling nothing but the cold concrete wall, my hand finally traced the outline of a wooden door. I grasped for the handle, and upon turning it, discovered it was locked. I quickly took a step back and began kicking the door as hard as I could. The voices from above were growing closer. I heard the wood crack and break under my foot, and suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain as a large splinter pierced my bare soul. I cried out and nearly fell over as I grabbed at my foot, but I didn't have time to deal with it now. I lunged at the door, throwing all of my weight at it, and crashed through it into an outdoor area that looked something like a fire escape with more concrete steps leading up to the streets. It had begun raining while I was inside and was now a heavy downfall. I limped my way up the slick steps and found myself standing out behind the cathedral. There were no guards in sight as I looked around at an empty backlot with nothing but a dumpster and an old rusted fence between the building and the street. I walked along the fence that was sagging in some areas and found a loose section. I pulled on the bottom of it and shimmied underneath to the other side, scraping my back this time against the asphalt. I stood up and surveyed the street and buildings around me. There was still no sign of any of the city guards, and the rain poured down so hard it was all I could hear. Deciding that I needed to put as much distance between myself and the cathedral as possible, I began limping my way down the street as fast as I could. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sporty-looking car sped up beside me and screeched loudly to a halt, blocking my path. It had swerved so close to me that I reeled back and had almost fallen over. Hopping on the foot that didn't have a splinter in it, I leaned up against the fence for balance and braced myself for whatever new problem had just shown up. Chapter 8. What's your plan for tomorrow? The window on the driver's side door cracked and rolled halfway down. Get in! The driver yelled at me. The speaker wore a black scarf that covered most of the face, but the voice and eyes were clearly female, and she appeared to be alone in the car. Why would I want to do that? I asked. She glanced behind her towards the back of the cathedral. You've got about 10 seconds before those cops find you, and you're not going to outrun them on foot in the rain. I can help you, but we need to move. I looked back in the direction I had come. I had only made it about 20 yards, and I knew they were probably moving through the basement by now. I looked back to the woman in the car and decided, since she was not shooting at me, she was the better option. Fine, I said, and started limping around the front of the vehicle to the passenger side. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement from the fire escape, and a split second later, men were streaming out of the stairwell into the back lot. I heard one of them yell as I reached for the car door, and then a loud bang as a shot rang out. I could hear the bullet zip over me as I yanked the door open. Let's go! The driver screamed. I dove into the passenger seat as more shots were fired and the driver slammed on the gas, not waiting for me to shut the door. Rounds bounced off the street all around us, and one of them hit the trunk of the car as we sped away. I ducked down in my seat, but managed to shut the door as she raced down the street and flew around the first turn. I remained crouched down, half on the seat, half on the floorboard for a few moments, not sure of what else to do. The driver took a few more turns before finally slowing down to a normal speed. It's all right, she said, looking in her rearview mirror. They not following us. I poked my head up and looked behind us to see an empty street. Who the hell are you? I asked, climbing up and taking a proper seat. I'm the one that just saved your ass and got my car shot up in the process, so why don't you dial it back a notch? She spoke with an accent that I had not heard before and was hard to place. She wore a black leather jacket and blue jeans, with boots at the bottom. Call me Rebel. Rebel? Seriously? Your parents named you Rebel. She rolled her eyes and glanced at me in annoyance. It's a code name, genius. She pulled her scarf down as she spoke, revealing Asian features and short black hair that fell to her neck. You're one to talk, Mr. Stranger, or do you remember who you are yet? How do you know about that? And how did you know that I was at that church back there? We've been tracking you. We heard about an unidentified man causing a scene at the city gates last night, beating up cops and being chased through the streets, and then you turn up at Fate's Escape, running your mouth about everything you don't know. She kept driving at a fast pace and changed directions frequently, either to throw off any pursuers or to make sure I had no idea where we were. How do you know all of this? Did Faith send you? I asked. Who the fuck is Faith? We've got people all over the city, watching and listening, keeping tabs on the police and what they're up to. My people in the club lost track of you last night, but then you showed up at the market this morning. Once you started talking to that member of the congregation, I knew where he would take you. I looked down at my hands that were stained with blood. Jonathan's blood. I tried wiping them off on my pants, but the dark red hue had dried on my skin and was there to stay for now. You're not part of the congregation, are you? I asked her. Of course not. I'm a radical, not a fanatic. They seek to uphold the system, whereas I'm going to tear it down. Jonathan, my friend, told me to find the shepherd. Do you know who that is? Rebel looked at me with a mixture of disapproval and suspicion before turning her eyes back to the road. I've heard of him. Never met him. I don't know why you would want to find him, though. All he does is talk a bunch of peace, love, and hippie shit. He's not going to be able to help you. But we can. Who's we? The resistance. The People's Revolution. What are you resisting? Are you serious? The police. The king. This society as a whole. She answered, as if it was the silliest question she had ever been asked. That's a lot to resist. What do you want with me, though? I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just trying to figure out who I am and get home. The car slowed as we crossed over some railroad tracks. We had driven into a part of the city with several large factories, some with huge brick chimneys reaching up into the sky, with smoke rising from the top. Many of the buildings looked old and abandoned, with broken windows and crumbling roofs. They want you because you are outside of their system. You're an outcast just like us, and that makes you a threat to them, she said. I'm not, though. I don't want anything to do with all this. Look, your revolution sounds cool and all, but if it's not going to help me... She suddenly slammed the brakes on so hard that the tires screeched and my head almost hit the dash inside. We had come to a stop outside one of the abandoned buildings. Looking up, I could barely see through the rain. A bridge off in the distance that stretched over a wide river. I looked astonished at Rebel, whose face was about as serious a thing I had seen. Listen, you ungrateful asshole, I risked my life back there for you. You think you're the only one in this city who feels like they don't belong. I've spent my whole life here under the boot of the king and his men. Everywhere you look, people are suffering and dying for no reason other than that they were born in the wrong neighborhood or because they look different from those in power. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. All I know is that those cops wanted you dead or worse. I sat in stunned silence for a moment as she pulled off the curb and continued driving towards the bridge. Why did you help me then? If they want you bad enough to send 20 armed guards after you, you must be a serious threat to them. You either know something or can do something that can severely hurt them. That's all I care about. If it's bad for them, it's good for me. She glared angrily at the road and gripped the steering wheel so tight it looked like she could rip it off. She's not actually trying to help me. She only thinks she can use me for something. But for what, though? What possible use could I be to anyone in this crazy world? I decided not to push it any further, for the time being, and sat in silence for the rest of the ride. We drove past more empty buildings, and it was only then I noticed that there were no other vehicles on the road. The rain also began to ease up as we drew nearer to the bridge, which seemed to be where we were headed. After a few minutes, Rebel's frown softened and she seemed calmer. Look, thanks for saving me back there. And I want to do whatever I can to help you out. I'm just not sure of what that could be, I told her. I still can't remember anything past yesterday, and I'm not entirely convinced that this isn't all just a hallucination I'm having. Rebel burst out in a laugh and rolled her eyes at me. I assure you, stranger, this is all real. This is as real as it gets, and you had better get your head in the game if you want to survive in World City. It wasn't until she said that I realized what my problem was. I wasn't so sure I wanted to survive in this place. This city was dark and grimy. Its streets were cold and violent. The people spoke in circles, and everyone I met wanted something different from me, and no matter where I went, the storm clouds followed. What kind of place was this to live? What kind of world was this to call home? The massive archway of the bridge loomed over us as we drove closer to it. Its cables stretched across the river to the other archway on the far side, suspending the bridge below. We pulled off the road onto a dirt path along the shoreline until we came to a stop directly underneath the first arch. Rebel turned her car engine off and climbed out. I opened my door and went to step out, only to have a bolt of pain shoot up my leg from my bloody foot. Biting my tongue, I reached down and pulled out a splinter about 2 inches long from the side of my right foot, and a small stream of blood trickled out of the wound. Rebel, who had walked around the car and was now standing over me, looked down at what must have been a pathetic sight. Come on, we have a medic who can take a look at that. I hopped up to my feet as best I could and looked around at what appeared to be a small encampment by the river. There were several small shacks made of wood and thin sheets of tin and a few tents set up on the ground. Night was falling, and there was a half-dozen or so campfires with people gathered around them for warmth or cooking. What is this place? I asked. One of our base camps. It's not much, but the police are unaware of it, so it's safe for the time being. How many of you are there? Only a couple dozen here, but we have thousands across the city. The resistance grows every day. I limped towards the nearest campfire, with every step growing a little more agonizing than the last, and finally made it over to the small crowd of people gathered around. All took notice of me with expressions of shock or sympathy. Rebel motioned for me to have a seat on a mat that was laid out and tried to help me down as I more or less collapsed onto it.
Let me get a medic over here!
Rebel yelled out to the crowd.
Who is he?
A large man standing over the fire asked. What the hell happened? Asked the lady that had run over to see what the commotion was about. The cops shot up the church he was hiding in, Rebel said to them. I grabbed him when he escaped out the back. Fucking pigs! I heard a young man in the back of the crowd say.
That still doesn't answer who the hell he is,
the first man said. Relax, Crusher, Rebel responded. I brought him here because we can use him. A small, wiry woman holding a large bag pushed her way through the crowd that had gathered. Make way, she said as she ran up to me. She knelt down beside me and gave me a quick once-over before focusing in on my bloody foot. What happened? Were you shot? No. I kicked the door. She looked at me to see if I was joking, then realized I wasn't and started rummaging through her bag. This is Althea, Rebel said to me. She's the closest thing we have to a doctor here. Althea pulled out a small brown bottle from her bag and uncapped it. This is going to sting, she said, as she poured a clear liquid over my foot. Immediately, I felt a burning sensation as the liquid created a white, bubbling foam in the wound. I gripped my teeth together and managed not to make a noise as she placed a piece of gauze on my foot, and then wrapped a bandage around it. Where are your shoes? Althea asked. A good question, I muttered.
His feet are the least of our worries,
the man called Crusher said.
I want to know who you are and what you're doing here, and I want to know now.
I looked up at the man who was taller than most and had bulging arms that looked like they could kill a man in one punch. I didn't wish to antagonize him, but I wasn't in the mood for an interrogation either. That makes two of us, I said, looking him in the eyes. The man glared at me and took a step forward, as if he was going to leap over the fire and start beating me. Rebel took a step forward herself and stood between us. I told you to back off, Crusher. He's with me and that's all you need to know right now. Crusher, turning his glare to her and raising his voice, yelled,
You bring a stranger here to our safe space and you want me to calm down? He could be a spy for the king or anybody. You said yourself you caught him with the congregation. How do we know he isn't going to give up this location and all of us along with it?
It's a fair question, Althea said, glancing up at Rebel and then looking at me. Exactly whose side are you on? Everybody, including Rebel, turned and stared at me, waiting for an answer. Look, I'm not on anyone's side, I said loud enough for the whole group to hear. I have no idea of where I am, so I couldn't turn you in even if I wanted to. And why would I be working with the police who have been trying to kill me all day? The crowd was quiet for a moment, considering, before Crusher broke the silence.
Just what were you doing with the congregation then?
I was just trying to find some answers. My friend was helping me, but he died. Told me to look for someone called the Shepherd. Does anyone know where he is? Oh, jeez, Althea said under her breath. I looked at Rebel, who facepalmed herself as if she really wished I hadn't asked that. A collective murmur of disapproval rippled through the crowd, as a satisfied smile ran across Crusher's face. He's one of those! Someone I couldn't see yelled out. One of what? I asked. What's the problem? The problem, stranger, is that this so-called shepherd of yours is the leader of a racist cult, Althea said.
They are supremacists, Crusher yelled. They think everybody except for them is going to hell. He literally teaches that the only way to heaven is through him. Is that the sort of hateful people you want to be a part of?
Since arriving in World City, I hadn't thought too much about heaven or hell. mostly because I felt like I was wandering around in the ladder. I didn't know what to make of anything that these people were saying. Why would Jonathan tell me to find the leader of a hate group? I wished that Faith was there right then. She would be able to make sense of all this for me. She would know what to do. "Listen!" I finally said to the crowd of people that were starting to look like an angry mob. "I'm not trying to be part of any group, hateful or otherwise. I'm just trying to figure out who I am and get back to wherever it is I come from."
"What do you mean, come from?"
asked Crusher. "How could you be from anywhere besides here?" Rebel added. How was I supposed to answer that? The most reasonable explanation I had thought of so far was that I was having a super weird fever dream. Somehow I didn't think these people would appreciate being told that they were all fragments of my imagination. And if that was true, why was my imagination so damn hostile towards me? "I'm from a different part of the city. Far away from here," was what I decided to go with.
"Where? Cybertown? The fossil deserts?"
Crusher asked. "I can't remember. I woke up yesterday in the woods outside of the city. I don't remember anything before then." "The Wildlands? Only criminals and insane people go out there," Althea said. Crusher's smile was widening with every question.
"Ha, well, it looks like we're starting to get to the bottom of who this guy is."
"I'm not a criminal," I said with absolutely no certainty. "But even if I was, wouldn't that make me the same as all of you?" "Just because the resistance is against the law doesn't make us criminals. We're freedom fighters," Rebel said. "We don't rob or enslave people like the king does, and we don't use unnecessary violence." "And what about when it is necessary?" I asked. Rebel's eyes narrowed at me. "Everything we do is to overthrow the king and his men. They're the ones who hurt people. They're the ones who oppress us and keep us down in the gutters while they live in their penthouse towers. They're the ones who grow fat off delicacies while the rest of us scrape for crumbs off the streets." The crowd murmured their agreement and grew louder as she spoke. Rebel looked away from me and started addressing them, her voice sounding angrier with every word. "We live in shacks and hovels while they buy vacation homes on the beach. They throw you in prison for taking a denarii that isn't yours while they steal billions from all of us. They pollute our entire city so that children have to breathe in the smog from their factories. But is the air where they live dirty? No!" The crowd yelled in unison. "Do they even get a speck of dust in their precious eyes?" Rebel began pacing around the campfire and raising her hands up as she spoke. "We can't even afford to see a doctor when we are sick, while they get organ transplants the moment they need one. They weigh us down with insurmountable debt and then take away our jobs so they can replace us with a fucking robot. Those racist imperialist men would rape the world if it meant their stocks would inch a little higher, if their coffers would grow a little bigger." The people, who were more than riled up at this point, shouted and cheered as Rebel ranted. I rubbed my eyes in confusion, doing my best to follow along, but she was not finished yet. "They broke the world. They took our land. They stole us from our ancestral homes and shoved us into their slave ships and made us work the fields for hundreds of years. We are the ones who built this city. They made us build it on top of the bones of our families, on top of the ashes of our own conquered land. But do we benefit from any of it? No!" The crowd once again yelled. "Well, I say no more. I say their reign of tyranny ends now. I say we tear down their ivory towers and every last statue they built to glorify themselves and reduce them to dust. I say we root them out of their laps of luxuries and hang them all from the tallest bridge." Rebel pointed up to the archway above us. The people were in a frenzy now. They whooped and rabbled and pounded their chests.
"We'll soak the streets with their blood!"
Crusher yelled. "We're going to take back everything they stole from us," Rebel continued.
Every square inch of land, every building of this city, every institution that holds up their systemic dictatorship, and we're going to tear it down to rubble. Their screams and cries of terror will be the anthem to our revolution. For every injustice, there will be retribution. For every life lost, there will be revenge. And for every door that was slammed in our face, we're coming back to burn the house down. Rebel, whose entire body shook with rage, thrust her fist in the air. Everyone gathered around did the same. Their clenched hands stretching out towards the sky as they screamed at the top of their lungs and stomped their feet upon the ground. "So, what's your plan?" I finally asked. The crowd suddenly fell silent as Rebel dropped her fist and turned to look at me. "What? Your plan? How exactly do you expect to achieve all this?" The rest of the people put their hands down and glanced at each other, confused, not sure of how to respond. "We'll kill them! Kill them all!" Crusher said. "Yeah, I got that part. What about the day after?" "The day after what?" Althea asked me. "Assuming you win your glorious revolution, what's your plan for the day after?" Rebel shook her head at me. "We have to win first, stranger. Victory is the only concern right now." "So, who's going to rule? Once you've burned all the houses and hanged the king with all his men, who's going to run the city? You?" I gestured towards Rebel, who looked offended at the question. "Why not us?" someone yelled. "Yeah, why shouldn't we be the ones to rule?" Crusher added. "Do any of you have any experience running a city?" I asked. I was answered only by blank stares and people looking down at the ground. "What's your tax plan look like? What are your trade policies? How do you expect to keep law and order after you've hanged all the cops?" Rebel stood with her arms crossed, shooting daggers at me with her eyes but did not respond. "What is there to keep some other faction from swooping in and seizing power once you've taken out the king?" I asked. "We'd stop them," Althea said. "How? Do you have weapons?" Again, I was answered with silence and awkward glances. "Look around you!" I gestured to our surroundings. "You said yourself, you live in shacks and hovels. How does that qualify you to run the world?" "You don't understand," Rebel interjected. "No matter where you are from, you're clearly an outsider here. You don't know what we've been through, how we have suffered. You don't know about oppression or hunger. You don't know the fear of having your door kicked in the middle of the night by the police and having a gun shoved in your face." Rebel's eyes teared up as she spoke, but her face was as stern as ever. "You haven't watched your friends die slowly from a disease with a cure they couldn't afford. You haven't heard the cries of the hungry babies. You don't know what it's like to see your parents swinging from the king's gallows." No one said anything for a long moment. I stared into the fire, contemplating her words. She wasn't wrong. I didn't know who these people were, or what they had been through. I didn't know their history or their long list of grievances with the system they lived under. But I couldn't help but feel like they were lying to themselves. How many times had they gathered around their campfires at night and ranted against their oppressors, only to wake up the next day to find they had changed nothing? What were they actually doing to achieve any of their dreams? Right then, the words Jonathan had spoken in the marketplace came back to me. You can't sit and criticize the world for everything it lacks. You have to face it for what it is. "I know that you're angry," I said, looking up at Rebel, who was still staring at me. "And it sounds like you have every right to be. And I may not know about everything you've been through, but I know what it's like to be alone." I pushed myself off the crowd and struggled up to my feet to stand before the crowd. "I know what it's like to be lost in the woods.
and full of despair. I know what it is like to be chased through the streets for crimes you did not commit. I held my blood-stained hand up in the light of the fire so Rebel could see it. And I know what it's like to watch your friends die. I know what it's like to hear the people screaming and there's nothing you can do to save them. I dropped my hand back down to my side. We can stand here all night comparing tragedies, debating who's the bigger victim, arguing over who should be the one to take over and rule this city. And you know what? In the morning, the king is still going to be the king and we'll all still be a bunch of nobodies down by the river. I stopped and looked around, half expecting someone to throw a rock at me, but nobody moved. Nobody said anything. The expressions on their faces were tired and frustrated. Even Crusher, who had been ready to punch through a wall a moment ago, now stared hopelessly into the fire. I could tell that they had been here before. I knew that they had had these arguments and speeches. I knew they had ranted and raved and dreamt of all the things they would do once they had the power. And yet, they had done nothing. The crowd began to thin out, as several of the people walked away, back to their tents, fed up with the night and the fighting. Althea rose from her seat by the fire and walked towards one of the shacks, not looking at me as she passed. Crusher and a handful of others remained, waiting to see how Rebel would respond. "So, what's your point?" she said, breaking the silence. "Are we just supposed to do nothing? The cops are out here hunting us for sport and you want us to lay down and take it?" "Why not become one?" I asked. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Think about it. If all the cops in World City are really that bad, why don't you become one and be a good one?" Everyone still gathered looked at me as if I had grown a second head which was speaking a foreign language.
You expect us to wear the uniform of our enemy?
Crusher asked indignantly.
To do their vile work alongside them?
If they are truly your enemy, why wouldn't you want to infiltrate their ranks? It's a classic move of any rebellion, I said, not knowing where I got that from, but thinking it sounded good. I'm not saying you should be like them. I'm saying you should be better than they ever were. Some of the people nodded their heads slightly, considering. Others, including Rebel, glared at me, furious at the proposal. "It would never work," Rebel said. "They wouldn't even let us through the door. And it's not just the police, it's the entire system that is against us." "Then infiltrate them at every level," I said, throwing my hands up in frustration. "You have thousands of people all over the city, right? The system can't stop all of you." Rebel shook her head and rubbed her eyes, annoyed and tired, no doubt. "Even if we could, even if it did work, it would take too long. It would be years, decades even, before we saw any real change." I dropped my hands and stared at her for a moment in disbelief. "You got something better to do with your life?" For the first time that night, she looked down at the ground and said nothing. I glanced around at the few people still gathered. "Do any of you? You guys got another world to live in, or is this it?" Nobody said anything, of course. A couple more walked away, back to their shacks in disgust. Crusher watched them go, and then turned to me.
"Enough already. You clearly have no place with us. You should have never brought him here,"
he said to Rebel, who opened her eyes and stared into the fire for a second. "He's right," she said, looking at me. "I don't know what I thought you could do for us, but I was wrong." I didn't know what to say anymore. I didn't know what I had been saying all night. I stood there silently, waiting to see what would happen.
"What are we going to do with him?"
Crusher asked. We both looked at Rebel, who took a long pause before answering. "You can sleep here for the night." She pointed at the mat on the ground. "But I expect you to be gone by morning." She stared at me intently for an uncomfortable amount of time. "Fine," I said, shrugging. I couldn't argue with her anymore, with any of them. Rebel turned and walked away with Crusher, and the rest followed suit. I limped the few steps back over to my mat and collapsed down, more exhausted than I could ever remember being. I looked up at a pitch-black sky. It must have been late into the night and the fire would be burning out soon. Giving up any hope of food or something to drink, I laid back down and closed my eyes. The sound of the water, gently lapping up on the riverbank, slowly drifted off as a cool breeze blew under the massive archway of the bridge above me. I don't know for how long I slept, but the bag being shoved over my head is what woke me up. Chapter 9. Grew up a screw-up. It must have been early morning. I had been sleeping on my side, but was spun over onto my chest as someone kicked me hard in my shoulder. Before I could get my hands underneath me to push myself up, someone heavy jumped on my back, driving their knee between my shoulder blades. I went to yell, but the air had been knocked out of me as a cloth bag was quickly pulled over my head. Darkness was all I saw, as my arms were yanked back and tied together by what felt like rope.
Get him up!
I heard a voice say. Crusher's voice. I tried to kick at whoever was on top of me, which was answered by a punch to the side of the head. Multiple hands grabbed me and pulled me to my feet. A familiar pain shot up my leg from my bandaged foot.
What the fuck are you doing?
I groaned into the inside of the bag.
Shut up!
Crusher's voice again said.
Get him moving.
The hands pushed and pulled me off the soft sandy shore and onto the dirt road. I struggled pointlessly as we walked, which only earned me a few more blows to the head and stomach. I decided to stop before I got knocked out. My mind raced through scenarios of what was about to happen. What were they going to do? Shoot me? Stab me? Throw me tied up into the river? Why, though? I hadn't done anything to hurt these people. All I had done was contradict their narrative, and now I was going to die for it.
What the hell do you think you're doing, Crusher?
I yelled.
I told you to shut up! You brought this on yourself.
Before I could protest further, I tripped over what must have been a large rock in the road and fell to my knee.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Get him back up, they're waiting for us,
Crusher said. His thugs pulled me back to my feet and half dragged me the rest of the way down the dirt road. About 50 yards, I felt the ground change into asphalt and surmised that we had reached the main street. We stood still for a moment as I heard what sounded like a car door open and more footsteps coming towards me.
So, this is the one, huh?
An unfamiliar voice said. You can't do this, I said to the group. When Rebel finds out, she'll... what? A shiver ran up my spine at the sound of her voice. Suddenly, the bag was lifted off my head. My eyes squinted in the light, then came to focus on the woman standing in front of me. Rebel? What's going on? Why are you doing this? I glanced around to see 3 men from the crowd last night holding me back, with Crusher standing off to the side. Rebel had been the one to remove the bag, but it was who was behind her that shocked me. Parked in the street was a large armored van with flashing lights on top, and the words, "The Law," painted on the side. 4 armed guards in tactical clothing walked toward us. Rebel smirked at me, but her eyes looked sad. I'm sorry it's come to this, stranger, but you didn't leave me much of a choice. But you hate the police! How can you turn me over to them? I sputtered. Rebel gave a small shrug. There's a price on your heads and we could use the money. I stared at her in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. What about everything you said last night? About killing them all and tearing down the system? Was that all bullshit? She let out a long sigh. The look in her eyes had changed from sad to cruel. Revolution is a profitable business when you know how to play the game. Our resistance attracts all sorts of people, wanted criminals, enemies of the king, and once in a while... She placed a hand on my chest. A stranger with just no place in this world. She gave me a strong shove and turned away. Get him out of here, she yelled at the cops. 2 of the guards stepped forward and grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me toward the back of the van.
Rebel and the rest of her crew started walking back down the dirt road towards their camp. I said nothing. Too confused to form words. Too shocked to fight back. The third guard opened the back door of the van to reveal what was essentially a large metal cage inside. With my hands still tied behind my back, the two men pushed me inside, causing me to land on my face and torso on the floor of the van. I felt a dozen different stings from all the little cuts I had received from the glass in the cathedral. But it didn't matter anymore. I felt like nothing did. The ride took the better part of an hour. I spent the entire time being jostled and rolled around on the floor. One of the guards sat up front with the driver, while the other two sat in the back, keeping an eye on me.
So, this is the troublemaker that's been causing so much fuss.
One of the guards watching me said to the other.
Doesn't look like much.
He assaulted two of us in his escape the other night,
the other one said.
All so he could run to a nightclub and ravage some poor innocent ladies, I heard.
That's not true! I yelled from the floor.
Shut up,
the first guard said, kicking me in the side of the ribs.
I heard you murdered a church full of people yesterday. Shot the whole place up while they were praying. What kind of sick son of a bitch does that?
I glared at the guard for a second, but didn't answer. It was pointless trying to argue with these men. Where are you taking me? I asked, after taking a moment to catch my breath.
Back to the law building. You're going to stand trial for your many crimes. Shouldn't take too long, though. It'll be the gallows after that, I imagine.
The gallows are too quick,
the second guard responded.
They should let us cross them. Give the people a real show.
So there it was. My fate was sealed. And what a sad and sorry fate it was. I had no idea what cross him meant, but I suspected I would be finding out soon enough. I spent the rest of the ride in silence, listening to the guards mock me and discuss new and creative ways of making me suffer before killing me. My eyes welled up, as I did my best to blink away the tears, not wanting to cry in front of these men. It was still early in the morning by the time we made it to the massive stone building of the law. They drove around to the rear, avoiding all of those steps in front of the building, pulled me out of the van, and proceeded to march me in through the back entrance. The storm clouds billowed over my head as flashes of lightning and thunder echoed in the distance. I wished it would rain. A hard and heavy rain that never stopped. One that would drown this whole city with all of its filth, lies, and greed. Upon entering the building, we were greeted by the same little robot as before. It rolled up to me and examined me with its creepy red eyes.
Identification,
it said in its stupid robotic voice. I haven't got any, I sighed.
Name, serial number, street address, it said as before.
Nope.
This is the stranger that's been wreaking havoc all over our city for the past few days,
one of the guards said. The robot started typing away at its handheld computer as we stood there awkwardly for a minute.
Trial for the suspect is scheduled for 1800 hours today. Sentencing is scheduled at 0600 hours tomorrow. Place him in holding area 1, cell 2, until further notice.
It turned and sped away on its one wheel. The guards yanked me around a corner and led me down a flight of steps and through a heavy steel door which led to a long rectangular room with cells of iron bars on each side. One of the guards pushed open the sliding door with a plaque that had the number 2 written on it, as the other untied the rope from my hands.
Get in there!
The cop who had untied me yelled as he shoved me into the cell, so hard that I lurched forward and bounced off the back wall. The two men laughed as the iron-barred door slid closed behind me.
Don't worry, stranger. It will all be over soon.
One of them sneered as the two of them walked out of the holding area.
I sat on the ground, rubbing my wrists from where the ropes had cut into them. I knew he was right. I had reached the end of the line in this bizarre journey. All of the running, all of the searching, all of the fighting that had got me nowhere. And in the morning, I was to be put to death. I would never get any answers. I would never discover who I really was. I would never find my way home. I should have let myself drown in the river on the first day. Why had I struggled so hard to live? I wallowed there on the floor, alone in my cell, feeling more lost than when I was in the woods, more trapped than when lust had me chained. I rubbed at the bloodstains on my hands that still had not faded away. My friend had given his life for me, and for what? Better if I had died in his place. How I wished I could go back and step in front of that bullet for him. He had a life, a purpose, something he believed in. What did I have? Not even a name. Nothing to show for my pathetic life besides 2 bloody feet and a dirty conscience. What would Jonathan say if he could see me now? If he could see what his sacrifice had led to? Or the oarsman, or Faith, or even Sophia from the bar? They had all tried to help me. They had all tried to show me the way, and I had only made a wreck of it all. I deserved to be here. I came to realize I deserved whatever punishment the law could cook up for me. I deserved to be dragged through the streets of this accursed city, to be beaten bloody, ripped apart, and thrown dead into a ditch, to be eaten by wild animals. That's what I had earned myself. That was going to be my story.
So, what are you in for?
An old gravelly voice said from across the room so suddenly that it jolted me upright. I stood and walked to the door of my cell and looked across the aisle to the cell opposite me. A middle-aged man with short, graying red hair sat on his bed leaning back against the wall, looking at me. Well, they're accusing me of a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they like to do that.
The man chuckled.
Let me guess, you're not guilty of any of it.
I thought about it for a moment before answering. I'm guilty of plenty. Just not what they're saying I did.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
The man sat up.
Everyone always says they're innocent, but you seem to think otherwise,
I wasn't sure of how to respond, or how much I wanted to say to this man. He could be a spy they've put here to get me to confess. Not that they needed a confession. I guess I'm here because I screw everything up. Everything I touch goes to shit. I put my trust in some bad people and got some good people hurt. The man stroked his beard, which was much more gray than red.
That's something I knew quite a bit about. I just so happen to be the master of screw-ups.
Really? I asked, laughing a little. What are you in for?
Oh, everything you can imagine.
He sounded regretful.
You name it, I'm responsible for it. You could even say I'm the reason you are here.
I frowned at him, confused. What do you mean? Who are you? The man stood up, clasped his hands behind him, and started pacing back and forth in his cell. He was taller than average, and his posture showed no signs of age.
I am the first man. I was here before anyone else. Before there was a city, before there was a society, before any kings or kingdoms, there was me.
Okay, I grunted, thinking that he had clearly lost his marbles. So how did you get here?
I was pulled forth from the dust, and I fear that's where I should have stayed.
I didn't know what that was supposed to mean, but I was intrigued by the man, and it wasn't like I had anyone else to talk to. Who pulled you from the dust? The man's face was solemn, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes.
The mighty hand. The Creator's hands.
Wow, I said, raising my eyebrows. That must have been something. So, what was it like, before the city and all the people?
It was a utopia, a paradise on earth, the man said, smiling a little. I had everything I would ever need, everything I could ever want. It was beautiful back then. And there was peace.
Sounds cool. How did you screw it up? The man's smile vanished, and he hung his head down as he answered.
I was weak,
was all he said. I considered the man's words for a minute, thinking that he was being a little too harsh on himself. Well, that's not so bad. Everyone's weak sometimes. The man shook his head a little.
It's not that simple. I was supposed to be strong. That's the whole reason I was put here. The world needed me to be a good man and I failed.
Jeez, I said. Maybe you should have told the world to go fuck itself. I mean, seriously, how could one dude be responsible for all this? The man looked up at me with the sad eyes of an adult who is arguing with a child.
You don't understand, stranger. The world needs us to be strong, to do what's right, to tell the truth. That's why we are here. It's why we were created.
I rolled my eyes at that. I don't know when's the last time you were outside, man, but this world has gone to hell in a handbasket. I've been all over this city in the past few days, and I haven't seen one thing worth the trouble. His head nodded slightly, as if he understood but did not agree with me.
It wasn't always like this. Long before this city was built. Before I committed my crimes, this world was more than worth it.
I leaned against my cell door, facing him. So, what went wrong? What exactly did you do? He hesitated before answering, and looked down at the ground as he spoke.
I gave into temptation. I allowed myself to be manipulated. I followed when I should have led. It was as if fate reached out to see what I was made of, and I failed its test.
The mention of fate caused me to straighten up and stare intently at the man. What do you know about fate? How did he test you?
Fate loves to mess with all of us, he said, giving me a knowing look. It interrupts the master's plan whenever it can.
I was growing tired of how vague the man was being. He had the same way of speaking as everybody else, talking a lot without saying anything, always acting like there was some big secret I wasn't allowed to know. Even in prison, I could not escape the nonsense of this city. I asked you a question. How did fate test you? I asked again, not bothering to hide the annoyance in my voice. The man sat back down and cradled himself, gazing at the wall as he answered.
I was given a choice. To do what I knew was right. To keep living the life I was living. Or to be different. To be more. To know more. I wanted my hands to be mighty too, like the creators, but instead, I ended up breaking the world in the process.
Again with all the riddles! I sighed, exasperated. Now it was my turn to start pacing around my cell. Are you also the reason nobody ever says what they actually mean?
In a way, yes. Lies, deception, insincerity, it's all because of me.
What about lust? Ever heard of her? Is she because of you? What about the city guard who killed my friend? Is that your fault? Or how about the so-called resistance that betrayed me? I was getting angry as I spoke, remembering everything I had been through.
Yes, stranger, the man said, putting his head in his hands. It's all because of me.
If what you are saying is true, then you should be the one on trial, not me! I shouted. I didn't believe him, not really. I didn't see how what he was saying could be real. But in the moment, it felt good to have someone other than myself to blame.
Believe me, I've had my trial, and I've been serving my sentence ever since. I have to watch what becomes of this world. I have to witness what my mistakes have brought upon all of you, he said.
Wow, sounds awful. Must suck to be you.
I'm about to stand trial for crimes I didn't commit, and I don't even know my own name. Everywhere I go in the city, people have either tried to capture or kill me. Everybody wants something different from me, but nobody will just say what it is, and now I get to spend my last few hours locked up next to you, the craziest one so far. I paced furiously back and forth as I ranted, until the throbbing in my feet grew too painful. I sat down on an old cot in my cell and glared at the man who said nothing. After a few minutes with no response, I laid back on my cot and stared angrily at the ceiling. We sat in silence for a long time. Hours passed. I tracked the time by watching a beam of light that came in through a barred window inch slowly across the floor. I tried to fall asleep, but quickly found that wasn't going to happen. I have less than a day to live, so I might as well be awake for it, boring as it may be. The man sat quietly on his bed with his eyes closed, looking like he was meditating or something. He was clearly much more at peace with his circumstances than I was. I laid there, thinking a lot about the different people I had met since coming to this strange place. I thought about the money-obsessed Mr. Capital, who had been right about everything he said and yet still somehow wrong. I thought about Sophia's words of wisdom which had fallen on my deaf ears, and Rebel who had talked a great game, only to be everything she said she was against. I thought about Jonathan, who had sacrificed himself for a stranger he had only just met. For some reason, my mind kept going back to the shepherd and what Jonathan had said about him, about how he was greater than all of the things this city could provide, how he had come to show everyone the true path that led to his kingdom. That sounded pretty good at the moment. It seemed like everyone had told me there was nowhere else besides this city. No other countries or kingdoms, no escape from this odd reality. They had all said that this was the entire world, that this was how the game was played, and apparently I was the loser. I wished I could have met this shepherd character. Sounded like out of the whole city, he was the one person worth knowing. If anybody could have answers for me, it could have been him. I am saved. We have to save you. Jonathan's last words kept running through my head. Being saved was all I wanted anymore, and more than I could hope for now. The beam of light had now made it all the way across the room. Getting the sense that it was growing late into the evening, I got up off the cot, stretched, and stood on my tiptoes to try and see out of the barred window that was well above my head. I caught a glimpse of a passing storm cloud. What a shock. But the sky had definitely grown darker.
It's almost time,
I heard the man's voice from behind me say. I turned and faced him. He was still seated in his meditative pose, but had opened his eyes and was now looking at me warmly.
Are you ready?
He asked. I walked back to my cell door and grasped the bars. I'm ready for this to be over, I said, shrugging a little.
Aren't we all?
The man chuckled.
Yes, we are all serving a life sentence, stranger. Some of us are just much more painfully aware of it than most.
I snorted a little and shook my head. I'd given up trying to make sense of anything that was said anymore. Are you ever going to get out of here? I asked instead. The man considered for a moment.
I expect so. It might not be until the final day, but I can wait.
Final day? What do you mean?
Do you really think that World City can last forever?
No, I answered without hesitation. Not the way it is now. The man nodded.
Of course not. This city was built on sand. It could never stand forever. The Creator won't let it.
What's he waiting for? The man considered quietly for a moment.
I'm not sure. Maybe he's curious to see what you will do.
This place really is doomed if I'm supposed to do anything about it. I continued laughing to myself. What the hell could I possibly do to make a difference here?
Be a man, stranger. Always start with that.
I fell silent. I stared at the man, confused and suspicious. His face was as hard as stone, but his eyes were still warm and comforting. Suddenly, I heard the sound of boots on the floor outside, coming toward us. Before I could ask the man how he knew those words, the heavy metal door to the cell block swung open, and the same two guards as before walked in.
Let's go, stranger,
the elder of the two said.
We got a full house upstairs waiting for you.
The other guard unlocked my cell and slid the door open. I stepped out into the center aisle without protest and stood there as the older guard pulled out a pair of handcuffs.
Gotta put these on. Can't have you attempting another daring escape.
I held my hands out and looked over at my cellmate as the guard cuffed me. He sat still as ever, his hands clasped together as if he was praying.
Give it all you've got, kid,
he said with a smile.
That's all it's going to take.
I smiled at him as the steel cuffs tightened down around my wrists. Who are you really? I asked him. What's your name? Even the two guards hesitated and glanced over at the man, curious as to the answer.
I told you already. I am the first man. My name is Adam.
He closed his eyes, as if he was falling back into his meditative state. The guards looked at each other and shrugged, then grasped me by the arms and proceeded to pull me out of the room. They marched me back up the flight of stairs and down the hall we had entered into that morning. We turned at the end of the hall as the interior of the building suddenly grew nicer. The floor went from concrete to polished marble as we walked through the foyer of the courthouse. The aching in my feet had dulled for the moment, and I walked as tall as I could, keeping in step with the guards, not letting them drag me. We crossed the foyer and headed up a long staircase of marble steps. At the top were another pair of heavy wooden doors, with more guards posted outside it. I clasped my hands together, the same way I had seen the man do, and climbed the steps towards the doors, wondering what fate had in store for me this time. Chapter 10. Trial and Tribulation. The guards at the top of the stairs pulled open the tall double doors as my escorts marched me through them. We entered a long rectangular room, and I was immediately shocked at the amount of people waiting for me. The audience, of at least a couple hundred, erupted into shouts and boos the moment I entered. The guards pulled me down the center aisle where a lone witness box was placed at the center of the room. Glancing around at the angry audience, I recognized members of the congregation, people I had seen at Fate's Escape, and even some vendors from the marketplace.
Blasphemer!
I heard a furious voice yell over the ruckus. I looked in its direction and noticed the pastor of the congregation angrily shaking a finger at me.
Murder!
My two guards placed me inside the witness box, which was nothing more than some waist-high wooden railing on four sides with a single chair. They shut the gate of the box and walked off, not bothering to uncuff me. I stood alone, surrounded by audience members on both sides, all of who looked and sounded like they wanted to kill me. Before me, at the end of the aisle, was a long table that sat elevated above the rest of the room. Inscribed in the front of the table were the words, "The Law," and 3 empty chairs sat behind it. On the table, in front of each chair was a different plaque. The one on the left read, "Truth." The middle read, "Justice." And the right one, "Punishment."
Thief!
I heard another voice ring out, this time on the opposite side of the room. I looked over and saw Mr. Capital jumping up and down, his gold chains bouncing around his head.
He never pays me back!
He yelled in his shrill voice. I stood there for a moment, not sure of what I was supposed to do or say, as the crowd's shouts and insults washed over me. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I'd been expecting a stuffy judge and hopefully a lawyer, not an angry mob that was frothing at the mouth to tear me apart. Looking around in an attempt to get my bearings, I noticed a small section of the room of about a dozen people that sat quietly and who were dressed in all black. Rebel was seated in the middle and looked at me with the satisfied look of a lion about to eat its prey. I glared back at her for a moment, but was interrupted by a voice louder than all others that said,
All rise!
A hush fell over the room as everyone stood up and faced the long table. 3 elderly men dressed in black robes with fuzzy white wigs on their heads walked up to the table and sat down in the chairs. "You may be seated," the judge in the middle said, as the audience took their seats. As I went to sit down, the younger guard, who had escorted me in, ran up behind me, grabbed my chair, and walked away with it. I heard muffled laughter from the audience as I looked around in protest.
"You will remain standing for the duration of your hearing,"
the judge to my right said. "Okay. Aren't I supposed to have a lawyer or something?" I asked the judges. More laughter from the audience, this time less subtle.
"You are free to hire legal representation whenever you wish,"
the judge seated behind the plaque of truth said.
He hasn't got any money!
Mr. Capital yelled out from his seat. Laughter again erupted inside the courtroom.
Silence! Order!
The center judge called, pounding a small wooden hammer on the table. The audience quieted back down.
"Now then,"
the judge of truth said, shuffling through some papers he had in front of him.
"the defendant stands accused of, what's his name anyway?"
He glanced over at the other 2 judges who both shrugged.
He hasn't got one, Your Honors,
the older guard shouted behind me.
Folks been calling him stranger.
I let out an exasperated sigh.
"Hasn't got a name,"
the judge of truth repeated.
"What sort of moron moves about World City without even so much as a name to identify themselves with?"
"It wasn't like he was on purpose," I said.
"Yes, well,"
the truth judge continued.
"the strange defendant stands accused of lack of an identifying mark and failing to register for one. Thievery, resisting arrest, assaulting members of the city guard, not having money to pay for anything, sexual assault, multiple counts of murder, speaking ill of the king, consorting with members of the resistance, and straight up acting a fool. How do you plead?"
My eyes had gotten bigger and bigger with every charge that had been read. The audience had booed and hissed at me with each new count. "Not guilty," I said emphatically. The crowd erupted once again in angry outbursts.
Heathen!
I saw the pastor scream.
Broke-ass bitch! You fucking barefooted weirdo!
I looked around confused, but couldn't figure out who said that last one. The judge of justice picked up his hammer and banged it several times.
I will have order in this courtroom,
he bellowed. I didn't do any of those things, I said, once everyone had calmed down. I stopped and thought about it for a second. Except for maybe the mark thing and being broke, but I'm innocent of everything else.
That sounds like a guilty plea to me. Shall we move on to sentencing?
The punishment judge said. The crowd cheered their agreement as I threw my hands up in astonishment. I'm not guilty, I reiterated. And if I don't have an identity in this city, I don't see how I can be put on trial in the first place. The room fell silent. People all over started muttering to each other confusedly. Even truth and punishment looked perplexed. The judge of justice was the only one who continued to stare at me, unamused. For some reason, I glanced over to where Rebel was sitting. Her resistance buddies were debating amongst themselves over what I had just said. And she looked at me with an approving smile. What's that mean? Does she want me to win? Bang! Justice pounded his hammer once on the table, which was enough to turn the room's attention back to him.
The identity of stranger will suffice. He pointed a finger at me. You are charged with a multitude of crimes, and by the law, justice will be served here tonight. My shoulders sagged as I looked down at the ground, feeling deflated.
Well then,
Punishment said, looking over at Truth.
Shall we get on with it?
yes, our first witness is a Mr. Capital. Is he here?
I am, Your Honors.
Capital rose from his seat and walked forward to stand in the center aisle of the room, facing the judges.
Excellent. What crimes did this man commit against you?
Truth asked. Capital wore long flowing silk robes of purple, red, and blues, with several chains of silver and diamonds around his neck.
The worst sort of crimes, Your Honors, he began. I was traveling back from the wildlands. I goes out there to trade, you sees. I sees this poor, pathetic beggar wandering around half crazed. I don't likes the looks of him, not one bit, but he stops me and starts crying about how he's lost and doesn't even knows who he is. So I takes pity on the poor bastard, but not for nothing, you sees.
Capital shook a finger at the very notion.
I agrees to help him for a fair price. I nevers do nothing for free, Your Honors. I wasn't born yesterday, and I knows charity is for fools.
The crowd murmured their agreement, as all three judges nodded along with his story.
So, I's invite him up onto my wagon with the idea that he'll pay for the ride upon arrival to the city. I even goes so far as to impart my vast wisdom on him along the journey. I explains to him all about the city and how things work here, but what does he do as soon as he gets here?
The audience sat on the edge of their seats in eager anticipation.
He picks a fight with the noble city guard, causes a scene right there in front of the gates. I swears he must have given all the fine folks heart attacks the way he was carrying on.
I stared in bewilderment at Capital's retelling, not sure of where to even begin my dispute.
Well, the gods, they've got to do something, you sees, he continued. Can't have a penniless stranger roam in the city streets. So's they takes him into custody, as is their duty, and hauls him off. But he was only too happy to go with them. He done sees his opportunity to skip out on his debts, you knows.
The judges looked at me with disgust and disapproval.
Ain't nothing worse in this world than a bum that doesn't pay his debts.
Capital said.
They's just a drain on our society, you sees. Don't pay for nothing, don't contribute nothing, just expect handouts and favors, you knows. We all's playing the same game, Your Honors. The game of money.
Capital turned and looked at me.
Well, this one's the worst to ever play. Doesn't even take part. There ain't nothing worse in my book.
At the end of the story, the judges thanked Mr. Capital and dismissed him back to his seat.
Have you anything to say in your defense?
Asked the judge of truth. I was quiet for a long moment, considering. Just because I don't play the game well doesn't make me a thief or a beggar, I said, shaking my head. I was never given a chance to pay him back. And I'll add that I think it's downright cruel to take advantage of someone and hold them in debt when all they need is a little help. The judge of truth burst out in a fake laugh.
A little help? By not paying your debts, you undermine the very fabric of our society. You exist to generate money, money that can be taxed, be invested, and spent to create wealth.
Create wealth? For who? I interrupted.
For the state and its rulers, of course, namely the king. You think it's cheap to run the entire world?
Truth answered. Didn't know what to say to that. I'd been all over World City and had seen the poor and downtrodden everywhere I went. I found the idea that the people in charge viewed them as nothing more than drones who only existed to push money towards the top, to be simply mind-boggling. Why would anybody put up with that? I asked. The judges all looked twice at me, as if I was joking, and I heard a few laughs from the crowd.
Put up with it, asked Punishment. Do you think we serve at the people's pleasure?
He sounded pissed.
They are not afforded a choice in the matter.
You can't do that! I yelled at him as the audience gasped. You can't treat people like they are just fuel for your machine. People have rights, or at least they should. They have lives and dreams of their own to fulfill. For once, the people in the courtroom were silent. I looked around to see if anyone was agreeing with me. I saw a lot of confused faces. Some just shook their heads, while others laughed with one another. The judge of punishment cocked his head to one side, as if he was studying an odd specimen. Justice interlocked his fingers and stared stone-faced at me, while Truth looked shocked and offended at my outburst.
Rights? Dreams of their own? Oh, yes, I'm sure they do,
Truth said.
And king forbid they should ever come true.
He speaks blasphemy as always, the pastor yelled from his seat.
Indeed,
Truth responded.
The people of World City need authority and guidance. They are mindless herd at best, and would only destroy themselves if left to their own devices.
They would only destroy you, I muttered. Justice picked up his hammer and pounded it 3 times. We have heard enough evidence on this first count and have other charges to get to. I found the stranger guilty of thievery and ignoring outstanding debts. The judge of punishment shall hand down the sentencing at the conclusion of this trial. Now, the judge of truth. He turned to the judge on his right. Call your next witness. The next witnesses were the pair of guards I had escaped from on the steps of the courthouse a few nights back. I was silent throughout their testimony, mostly because they were telling the truth. I glanced at Rebel a number of times to see a gleeful smile at the recounting of me striking the policeman. What's her game? What does she really want from all this? Within 5 minutes, I had been found guilty of assaulting the king's men and resisting arrest. The audience whooped and cheered at every cue. It felt more like a circus at an actual trial. I stood there quietly, my hands still clasped together, gazing at the intricate patterns etched into the marble floor. What was the point of all this? Had I really been brought here by some unseen force just to be found guilty of false crimes and put to death without ever knowing why? I didn't see the reason. It felt as if I had lived an entire lifespan in the last few days and had never found a purpose for anything. The judge of truth was calling his next witness.
Ms. Trouble to the floor, please.
Oh, shit. My eyes shot up to see the tall redhead stride to the center of the floor. The audience was quiet, as all of the men and most of the women appeared captivated at the sight of her. She wore black leather pants with a matching jacket and high heels. The same pair she had kicked me in the face with. She stood with her back to me, facing the judges without even a glance in my direction. Truth cleared his throat.
Thank you for being here, miss.
My pleasure, Your Honors, she said, placing a hand on her hips. She stood as if posing on a runway, knowing full well that she commanded all of the attention in the room.
Yes, well, what crimes did this man commit against you?
Truth asked. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as Trouble began her retelling of our encounter. I was working my usual shift, doing security at Fate's Escape, when this lowlife slinked in and started harassing one of our girls. We have a clear no-touch policy at the club, but this creep had his dirty hands all over her. She came up to me, I chimed in. And where is Lust, by the way? She is indisposed, Your Honors, she said without turning her head. She has been very upset for the last few days over what he put her through. What's the matter, Trouble? Didn't want to bring her? Were you afraid that too many of her slaves would be in the room? She probably has at least one sitting at that table, I yelled. The judges looked uncomfortable. as did many of the faces in the crowd. Trouble turned her head to one side to look at me from the corner of her eye. "Your Honors, I wasn't aware that I was asked to come here to be berated by that fiend." She looked back to the judges and crossed her arms.
"You most certainly were not, my dear,"
Truth sputtered.
"Quiet, you,"
he said, pointing at me.
"or I'll have you muzzled."
"You could probably borrow the ball gag from her," I yelled back at him.
"Silence!"
the judge of justice shouted and pointed his gavel at me. "Speak out of turn again and I'll have your tongue ripped out." I could tell by the look on his face that he was serious. So, I had to settle for just glaring at everyone for the rest of Trouble's speech.
"You may continue, my dear,"
Truth said to his witness. Trouble flicked her hair about and took a moment to look at her nails, just long enough so that everyone would know she was only doing what she felt like doing. "As I was saying," she finally continued, "I kept my eye on him as he pawed at the poor girl while they were seated at the bar. But then he decides to pull her onto the dance floor, and I lose sight of them in the crowd." Her voice kept on switching from sultry to almost sounding like a little girl as she spoke. The table of judges never broke eye contact, seeming to hang on her every word. I had to hand it to Trouble. She was playing the room like an orchestra. I knew I didn't stand a chance. "But then I catch a glimpse of him dragging her up the stairs," she was saying. "It took me a few minutes to make my way up there, and by the time I make it to the room and go in—" She paused for a moment and shuddered, as if she was thinking about her darkest memory. "Well, I don't like to talk about these sort of things in public. Let's just say when I entered, he was engaged in some of the most vile and debauched behavior I've ever had to witness." The audience shuddered along with her and looked at me like I was a wild animal. All I could do was stare defiantly at Trouble and the judges, refusing to duck my head or look guilty. Not that it was going to make a difference. There was no one here on my side, not a single person that cared about the truth. I was all alone up there, surrounded by enemies, about to be buried by their lies, and no one was going to help me. Trouble's voice cracked as she strategically brushed a tear from her cheek. "He was forcing himself on the poor girl. I managed to knock him out and pull her out from under him. He's not really all that tough, Your Honors. We had him tied up and went to get the authorities. But he had managed to escape by the time we got back."
"Thank you for your testimony,"
Truth said to her.
"Well, scoundrel, what do you have to say for yourself?"
He looked at me and asked. I was not sure of what I wanted to say. It occurred to me I could bring up Faith and maybe even call her as a witness. She was, after all, the only one who knew what really happened. But this trial had gone on long enough for me to realize that nothing I could say was going to matter. They had made up their minds about who I was, and I wasn't going to drag Faith down with me. "How about you provide a shred of evidence for this? Or for any of my crimes, in fact?" I said to the judges. For a moment, the crowd actually seemed to consider that, as if for the first time, like they had all somehow forgotten about the concept of showing evidence to prove someone's guilt. The judges glanced back and forth at one another and shuffled some papers around on their table. For the first time since she had come forward, Trouble turned and looked at me. I tried to look confident as our eyes met. We stared at each other for an instant before she flashed an evil smile and turned back to the judges. "Gentlemen, is the word of a woman not good enough? He has already shown what little regard he has for our laws and customs. What respect do you think he has for girls or anyone that he can take advantage of? He views us as his playthings, as nothing more than objects for his sick amusement." She paused for a moment to let her words sink in. "He must be punished for his many sins. Is there no justice left to be found here today?" She looked up at the center judge as she finished. The judge of justice glared down at me from his high table. "I find the stranger
guilty of these heinous crimes. These perverse, sadistic acts have no place in a civilized society such as ours. The mere sight of you disgusts me. Sentencing shall be handed down at the end of this trial, but you have done more than enough to earn yourself a rope at the gallows." The crowd applauded at the judge's words, as Trouble turned to leave, winking at me as she walked away. I put my head in my hands, listening to their jeers and boos. I was so tired and worn out by these people, by this world, having given up hope of ever going home, of ever understanding any of the things that had happened. I didn't care about who I was, why I had been brought here, or what I was supposed to do. The only thing I wanted anymore was for it to be over. Chapter 11. More Than a Man. I had been standing in the witness box for a couple of hours, as the trial stretched on into the night. My sore feet ached as I rocked back and forth, trying to stand on one and rest on the other. The next few witnesses were random people I didn't even recognize. People who had apparently seen me in the club or at the marketplace. All of them attested to my odd behavior, making me sound crazy and unstable. I didn't have much to say in my defense because maybe they were right. After all, I was the one common denominator in all this insanity. In my short amount of time in World City, I had caused nothing but pain and chaos. These witnesses were proof of that. I brought this on myself. I deserve this and whatever comes next. The judges called their next and what I hoped would be their last witness to the floor. I groaned quietly to myself as the pastor of the congregation stood and walked forward to the center of the room. He glared angrily at me as he walked, all fire and brimstone as before. He looked like he would execute me himself if they let him.
"What crimes did this man commit against you?"
Truth asked. The pastor took a moment to collect himself, straightening his suit jacket and adjusting his spectacles before he began his address.
"Your esteemed honors, arbiters of truth, justice, and righteous punishment, this man," he said, pointing to me, "if that's what you can call him, has brought forth more misery and wickedness in my holy congregation, the likes of which I have never seen."
The audience, which had calmed down over the last hour, as if they were losing interest in the whole proceeding, now sat upright and stared intently at the pastor.
"We who welcomed him in with our loving arms not 2 days ago,"
he paused for dramatic effect,
"were answered with only terror and suffering."
The judge of justice, who looked like he was more than ready for all this to be over with, coughed a little and interrupted the pastor.
"Yes, what exactly did he do, sir?" "Your Honor," the pastor said directly to Justice, "I had heard that there was a lost soul out there, wandering the wilderness of this world alone, and sent one of my most trusted and loyal disciples out after him, to guide him and bring him to us. We wished only to show him the way, the path that has been laid out for us from the ancient writings."
I leaned against one of the railings of my witness box. I let out a deep sigh and stared up at the ceiling, preparing for what I knew was going to be a long sermon.
"We brought him into our holy sanctuary," the pastor continued, "and treated him as one of our own, as a brother, only for him to turn on us and wreak havoc and death down upon our heads."
He turned and pointed a finger at me.
"You murdered our brother Jonathan."
The crowd gasped, sounding shocked and appalled.
"You shot him right through the heart, and then you turned the gun on my precious flock and proceeded to unleash death on all of us."
The mention of Jonathan's name snapped me back to attention. I rose up to my full height and stared daggers into the eyes of my accuser.
"Don't you dare try to use his death for this!"
The pastor dropped his hand and took a step back instinctively, in spite of himself.
"There is going to come a day where all of you are going to be held account for the things you've done, for the lies you've spread here today."
I was so angry my voice shook.
I don't know when, but I hope to God it's soon, where you and this whole stupid city of lying, greedy cowards will be burnt to the fucking ground. The crowd started yelling curses and throwing bits of trash or whatever they could find at me. Extra guards, who had been seated towards the back of the room, had to rush forward to hold back a few spectators who had leapt out of their seats and lunged towards me. "He has clearly gone insane, Your Honors!" the pastor yelled above the roar of the crowd. "How much longer shall we have to listen to the ravings of this madman?" "A little longer, because I'm not finished." "And on that day," I continued yelling, unconcerned with the furious mob around me, "I wouldn't trade places with you for nothing! Not for all the money, not for all the whores, not for all the power you have over your precious flock, not for the whole world!" I shook with rage as the judge of justice pounded his gavel so hard it almost broke off in his hand. "Order! Order, I say!" The two guards who had escorted me rushed forward and grabbed hold of me. I struggled against them and spat towards the pastor and the high table. "To hell with every last one of you!" I screamed at the entire courtroom. Maybe they were right. Maybe I had finally lost it. And I was a madman, but I didn't care about that anymore. I didn't care about these people, these judges, the congregation, the resistance, or any of the stupid games they played. This city was going to kill me one way or the other. The least I could do was say what I thought of them all before I died. The courtroom was in a frenzy as I continued to push and shove at the two guards that were desperately trying to constrain me. All three of the judges had risen from their seats and were trying to restore order to their trial. Truth and punishment yelled repeatedly at the audience for calm. As justice hammered down so many times, he put a dent in the table. "Order! Silence! I will have order in this courtroom, or I will have you all hanging from the gallows by dawn!" The blood vessel in Justice's forehead looked as if it was about to burst as he frantically called out. One of the escort guards finally decided to punch me hard in the stomach, which knocked the wind out of me and dropped me to my knees. The audience started to simmer down at the sight of that, as the extra guards pushed them back into their seats. I was finished. I had nothing left to say to anyone. I knelt there on the floor, blocking out the shouts and screams of the crowd until I heard nothing more. I felt more alone than ever before, like a lost child that had been left behind to wander a dark cave. There was no rescue coming. My two guards pulled me back to my feet as the courtroom finally subsided. The judges, who were more than flustered, sat back down, glaring lividly at me. The pastor, who had leapt out of the way of the debris being thrown, walked back to the center of the floor and waited for the judges to speak. The judge of justice, his face still bright red, broke the silence. "Never in all my years have I seen such a disgrace. Your very existence is an insult to the law in this city." "He's a lunatic, Your Honor," the pastor piped in. "A murderous heretic with no place in this world." "Silence," Justice said, causing the pastor to shut up. "I have heard enough. I find the stranger guilty on all accounts." The crowd applauded and cheered as I stared blankly at the high table. This was it. I had finally made it to the end of the game. "Sentencing shall be carried out immediately. I'll not suffer 1 minute of your indignance," Justice said. He turned to the judge of punishment, who straightened up in his chair and leaned forward to hand down his decision. "I sentence you to death. You shall be taken directly after this to the city square, where you will be hung by the neck until you are—" The judge of punishment was interrupted suddenly by the large double doors of the courtroom opening wide. All the judges looked up as the whole audience, including myself, turned to see who was entering. A single man, wearing a dark red three-piece suit, strolled into the courtroom as if he owned the place. He held his hands out to the entire room like he was the star of a show that had just taken the stage. "Good people, and your honors, if I may, I'm afraid there must be a change of pace," he said in a sing-song voice. "Fate?" I exclaimed in disbelief. I frowned at the man as he walked by me.
He had long dark hair and wore no makeup, but I was sure that it was him. With a wink and a nod, he skipped across the floor, all the way up to the judges and leaned against the high table. The audience muttered their confusion at the sight of the man. The judges, too, looked bewildered and annoyed. "Excuse the interruption," he said to the judges, "but I've been sent to make an introduction." "Just who are you?" Justice asked him. "And what are you doing in my courtroom?" "Who I am is of no account, but the message I bear is of a great amount." Fate reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a sealed envelope, which he handed to Justice. "Cut the shit, Fate!" I yelled from across the room. "What are you doing here?" Fate spun around in a flourish and faced the audience as the judge opened the envelope. "Ladies and gentlemen of the court, your plans of revenge, I'm afraid you're going to have to abort." The audience stared in amazement at the odd little man as he did a couple of twirls for no good reason. "For the strange man whose death you seek, someone up top," Fate pointed up at the ceiling, "is dying to meet." A collective murmur of, "Huh?" echoed through the courtroom, as everyone looked around for an explanation that made sense. None more so than me. I was not happy to see Fate again. I had just accepted the fact that I was about to die, and now this creep was going to screw it up for me.
"You can't take him anywhere,"
the judge of punishment said.
"I've just sentenced him to be executed."
Fate looked back at him and put on a big smile. "Yes, well, it will have to be delayed. The hangman can wait, but the king must be obeyed." "The king?" I asked aloud, as the audience gasped in astonishment. Truth and Punishment both looked at Justice, who was reading the contents of the envelope. His face, which had been beet red a moment ago, was now a pale white as he placed the piece of paper down on the table. "His Royal Highness, the King, has been following our trial here tonight and has summoned the presence of the stranger to his tower. Immediately," Justice said. More outbursts of shock and outrage rang through the courtroom. The pastor, who had been standing off to one side once Fate had appeared, now walked back up to the judges and began protesting. "You can't do this! He's already been found guilty!" Justice held up the letter for him to see. "These are orders from the king. Are you going to tell him no?" "The king must not be aware of the situation," the pastor responded. "He does not know the severity of this man's crimes." "His Majesty is more than aware, and I assure you he does not care," Fate quipped. As the men at the table argued, the audience once again erupted in shouts and calls for my blood. Cries of, "Hang him!" or "We demand justice!" were hurled from left and right.
"The command of the king must be upheld,"
the judge of truth said to the room.
"If punishment is not carried out, who do you think they'll turn on next?"
Punishment shouted back at him. My two escort guards, who still had a hold of me, loosened their grips and began to back away from me.
"Come on,"
the older one said to his partner.
"One way or another, they're going to have their revenge. He won't make it out of this room alive."
They backed away until they were standing with more guards up around the doors, leaving me alone in the witness box. I looked around at the angry room. Everyone was arguing with each other as to what to do with me. Truth and Punishment shouted back and forth as Justice repeatedly called for order. The people in the audience began to push and shove each other in the turmoil. Some argued that me being punished was more important than the king's wishes. Others said that the king's command superseded everything else. And still more said for everyone to calm down because they could always just kill me afterwards. Fate was the only one who was saying nothing, for once. He had hopped up to sit on the edge of the high table and was currently inspecting his fingernails with a gleeful smile. There's nothing Fate loves more than chaos. I stood there still and quiet, knowing full well that I did not get a vote in the situation. The shouts and screams, along with Justice's pounding of his gavel, were giving me a headache. Why couldn't this just be over already? There was no scenario in which I made it out of the city alive, so I might as well get on with it. The judge of justice's incessant hammering and calls for order brought a brief moment of silence, as people turned back to the table to see what had been decided. Justice sank back down in his chair, clearly exhausted with the night's events.
"We must honor the king's wishes," he said to the crowd. "But we cannot simply let him go, or run the risk of him escaping either."
He looked at me sternly.
Your treachery will not go unanswered. Crimes must be punished.
"Well, let's go then," was all I said in return.
Your Honor, if I may make a suggestion, a female voice suddenly said, from the right-hand side of the courtroom. I, along with the rest of the room, turned to see Rebel rise from her seat and walk to the center of the floor. As she approached, Fate went wide-eyed and clapped his hands together. Ooh! As the people rabble like headless chickens, a rebel emerges and the plot thickens. Rebel narrowed her eyes at Fate, but chose to ignore him as she faced the judges, who looked at her curiously.
"You have a solution you would like to add?"
Justice asked her, as if grateful that somebody had an idea.
"You have other prisoners in your custody, Your Honor. One in particular who is far more dangerous and troublesome than this stranger is."
Rebel spoke smooth and calmly, and I knew whatever she had been planning was about to unfold.
"I propose a prisoner exchange."
I frowned and glanced around the room to see people's reaction. Everyone, from the guards to the judges to the audience, was discussing amongst themselves the possibility of Rebel's proposal.
I had to admit, the idea of being able to skip out on my punishment sounded pretty good. But I knew if that was what Rebel wanted, I wasn't going to like it. The pastor stepped towards Rebel to ask her a question.
"Who is the prisoner you have in mind?"
It felt like hours before Rebel responded. She was clearly relishing the moment. I felt sick from the tension in the room as she turned and looked at me with a sinister smile.
"He was captured last night. Even now he waits right outside in chains."
She gestured toward the doors.
"He's the one they call the shepherd."
My face fell as my heart felt like it had sunk into my stomach. It was impossible. I couldn't let this happen. The pastor suddenly appeared overjoyed, smiling from ear to ear. Fate laughed maniacally.
"Oh, that's too good. It's so rich. I love this crazy bitch."
Your Honors,
The pastor quickly started sputtering.
what the lady says is true. The shepherd is far more dangerous than this fool here. Let the king do as he likes with the stranger, while we deal with the real threat.
The majority of the audience seemed agreeable to this new proposal, as I saw many of them nodding their heads or murmuring their approval.
No!
I shouted at all of them. You can't do this! I won't go! But no one was paying attention. Everyone ignored me as the judges discussed it between themselves.
"This stranger is nothing more than a common criminal,"
Rebel was saying to the judges.
"A stupid one, at that. But the shepherd is the ringleader of fanatics. Every day their numbers grow. They are a danger that can no longer be ignored."
They are terrorists,
The pastor screamed.
We must cut the head off this snake. He is a threat to everything we hold dear.
You're lying! I yelled, banging on the wooden railing in front of me. You're all liars! Leave him alone! I had already watched one friend die. I had not been able to save Jonathan's life, and even now, looking at my hands, his blood has still not faded away. I wasn't about to let someone else die in my stead. Especially not the one man Jonathan had told me to find. The one person he had truly believed in. I had to put a stop to this, but no one was listening. Fate! I called out to that silly man who had not stopped laughing. You've got to do something! Talk to the king! I didn't really believe that he would, or even could do something, but I had to try. Fate looked up at me as if he had forgotten I was standing there. He had been laughing so hard his eyes had teared up.
Don't worry, stranger. He giggled at me. You already threw the dice. You rolled to live, but someone must always pay the price.
I anxiously scanned the room for a sympathetic face, but saw none. Both the congregation and the resistance members were united in their mutual hatred for the shepherd. Everyone else just seemed to want somebody to punish. The judge of justice beckoned to the nearest guard, who stepped forward.
Bring in the outlaw. It's time we put an end to this.
The guard saluted, turned, and marched past me. No, wait! I called desperately to him as he walked out of the courtroom, ignoring me. You can't just kill another man for my crimes! I said, glaring back at the high table and all those gathered up there. Oh, I thought you were innocent, Rebel said in a mocking tone. I thought you were just a poor lost stranger, wandering the world in search of yourself. Fine, I shouted back. I admit it. I'm guilty of everything. Everything they said about me is true. I'm the worst there's ever been. Just leave him out of this. That's not the deal, stranger, and that's not the trade. You still don't comprehend the game that's being played. For the first time ever, fate sounded serious. It was only a few short minutes before the guard came back. The room was silent as the long double doors cracked open. I turned around to see a half-dozen guards escorting a single man. His hands and feet were chained together, forcing him to hobble across the floor. I almost felt sick at the sight of him. He looked as if he had been severely beaten. He was bloody from head to toe. His face was swollen and bruised. His clothes had been reduced to tattered rags. His bare feet left deep red prints with every painful step. They walked him through the quiet courtroom and placed him in the witness box to stand right next to me. He was shorter than I had expected and was having a hard time standing. I instinctively grabbed him under the arm to help hold him up. I had no idea what to say to him. Does he know who I am? Does he know the trade that has been made? He did not look at me, but stared calmly straight ahead at the high table. I'm sorry, was all I managed to whisper as the judges began speaking. Truth was the first to break the silence.
So, this is the troublesome outlaw. You're the one they call the shepherd?
I am, was all the man said. His voice sounded much stronger than he looked.
Well, are you aware that you stand convicted of this man's crimes?
Truth gestured at me. I wanted to die right there and then. I wanted to sink into the floor and disappear from the world, never to be spoken of or remembered ever again. I felt so ashamed. The shepherd still did not look at me, but only nodded in response. He must be too angry to stand to look at me. And how could he not be? A great man like him put to death for a hopeless screw-up like me. He has been found guilty of the worst crimes, Justice was saying, and his sentence is death. The shepherd stood up straight and steadied himself as I let go of him. I stared at him as he faced the court, terrified of whatever was about to happen. His fate is not for you to judge. He spoke in a low, deep voice. He is not of this world, but merely passing through. I was speechless as the crowd and the judges erupted angrily. At that moment, as screams and curses were hurled at us from all directions, I felt as if he and I were the only two standing there. I felt like he knew exactly who I was, knew all of the things I had done, and knew everything I had been through. He knew where I came from and where I was going. He knew all things and still somehow was defending me. The courtroom was furious at what the shepherd had said. Justice hammered away at the table as the other two judges yelled about what an outrage it all was. He thinks that he is above the law, the pastor said to the judges. Even now, he challenges your authority.
He doesn't even recognize reality. Rebel laughed at us. Fate, who was still sitting on the high table, pretended to yawn and turned to the judges, tapping a finger on his wrist.
Well, my magistrates, the hour is late, and royalty does not wait.
Justice pounded his gavel once more as order was restored, and pointed at the guard standing behind me by the door. "Take the stranger and get him out of here. Do what you will with him," he said to Fate. "Just be gone with him." Fate clapped his hands together and sprang off the table. He did a shuffle-like dance across the room as the guards encircled me. "As for the shepherd," Justice continued, "take him to the city center to be executed at once." Justice dropped his gavel and stormed away from the table as the crowd cheered and applauded the ruling. "No!" I shouted at them, stepping in front of the shepherd. "I won't go! You'll have to kill me too!" The guards stepped closer as the roar of the crowd grew louder. I was ready to fight. I was ready to die. I clenched my fists, prepared to kill anyone who tried to lay a hand on the man. It was his hand, however, that was placed on me. The shepherd reached out and rested his hand on my shoulder. I turned and looked at him in surprise, as a sudden sense of calm came over me. I looked at his tired, bloody face, a face that looked like it had seen eternity in a blink of an eye, and saw the faintest hint of a smile. "It's cool, bro. I got this," he said to me, with eyes that sparkled. "I am about to change the whole game." I left him standing there, alone and surrounded by enemies. I struggled with the guards as they grabbed me and dragged me away, Fate skipping out ahead of us. There was nothing more I could do. It was pointless to resist. The last thing I saw was the angry crowd rush forward to seize him. He stood there, calm and brave, and bowed his head as the long double doors closed behind me. Chapter 12. Everybody wants to rule the world. A bad storm had blown in during the trial. Lightning streaked across the sky as they hauled me outside amidst a heavy downpour. They had taken me out the front, down the long flight of stone steps to the street, where a convoy of 3 vehicles were waiting. My hands were still cuffed together, and I was surrounded by several heavily armed guards, all wearing helmets and masks over their faces. There was no chance to escape this time. They pushed me towards the center vehicle, another prisoner transport van as before. Fate hopped into the lead vehicle, which I was grateful for. I couldn't listen to any more of his rhymes right then. They loaded me into the back of the van. This one was more thoroughly armored than the first. A solid steel wall was between me and the driver, but it also had benches on both sides, so I wouldn't have to ride on the floor. As I sat down on one of the benches, a single guard climbed in and sat opposite me.
"Sit down and keep quiet,"
a fellow masked guard said as he closed the doors behind me.
"It's a long ride to the King's Tower."
My escort guard simply nodded as we were sealed in and pulled off from the curb. I stared at the floor for a long time as we drove. Raindrops echoed loudly off the roof as thunderclaps hammered the sky above us. This storm felt angry. It had an axe to grind, and it wanted everybody in World City to know it. Avoiding eye contact with my one guard, who hadn't stopped staring at me, I put my head in my hands. I didn't want to talk anymore. I didn't want to argue or even think anymore. I had been ready to die. I had reached the end of my rope and was prepared to be done with all of this, and somehow, I had managed to screw even that up. Another person had been killed because of me. Once again, a man far better than me had died in my place, and for what? To change the game? How could an innocent man dying for another person's transgressions change anything? "Rough night?" the guard asked me. I glanced up at her, then down at the rifle she was holding. I sat back on the bench and stared out the back window of the van, ignoring the question. Really, stranger? The guard chuckled, taking off her helmet. Sulking will get you nowhere. I looked back at the guard as she pulled her mask down, her long dark hair falling down around her shoulders. Faith? I scoffed a little and rolled my eyes. Why am I not surprised? You sound bitter. She looked down at my handcuffs. And what is it with you and being chained up? I raised my hands and held them out to her. Did you come to get me out of here? She smiled and shook her head. Not this time, I'm afraid. Yeah, I didn't think so. I dropped my hands and went back to staring out the window. I could have used your help back there, you know. Faith frowned at that. I think you handled it pretty well on your own, at least as well as can be expected. What are you talking about? I asked, looking back at her. I didn't do anything. They didn't listen to a word I said. The truth often goes unheard, but at least you still said it. That takes courage. The notion that anything I had said or done had been courageous made me upset. They're going to kill the shepherd because of me, I said angrily. Faith considered for a moment before responding. Maybe he thought that was a good trade. Maybe he thought you were worth it. I sighed, exasperated. Well, I'm not. I'm nothing. A nobody. I don't even have a real name, so I guess he was wrong about me. Look, stranger. Since you've been in World City, have you ever thought for 1 minute that maybe, just maybe, you're exactly where you need to be? She asked patiently. I stared at her blankly for a second. No, I hadn't really gotten that impression. Well, I've never known the shepherd to be wrong about anyone, and he clearly saw a purpose in you, even if you don't see it yourself. I didn't have anything to say to that. We sat in silence for a while as I went back to staring out the window that was being pelted by the rain. We drove for miles through the city. As I caught glimpses of the neon signs glowing through the storm, I thought about all the people out there, in the bars and nightclubs, in the shot-up churches and the ones sleeping under a bridge. I thought about the old man sitting in a prison cell, and whatever penthouse I'm sure Mr. Capital lived in. I wondered where Lust was, and what she and Trouble were probably doing to some poor, dumb fool in the dead of night. How many of those people were in chains right now? How many of them were slaves, whether they realized it or not? How many of their masks had slipped off, only for them to hurriedly pull them back on to avoid the catastrophe underneath? This was a world full of monsters. Monsters that had built a city on sinking sand. One that had decayed and rotted to the core. It can't go on like this, I said, breaking the silence at last. What can't? This city. The whole world. People have got to start telling the truth. There has to be some measure of real justice, otherwise, it's all just pointless chaos. We have to have something to hope for. It can't last forever like this. Faith smiled, a knowing smile, and nodded her head. It won't. The powers that be, the ones that have ruled this city from its start, were dealt a death blow tonight. They've already lost. They just don't know it yet. After tonight, everything changes. I looked at her skeptically. How can one man's death change this entire city? It helps when he's more than a man. He was the only one who could take responsibility for the whole world, for every last one of us, even a stranger like you. The van ride lasted for what felt like hours. We rode in silence for the most part, but I was grateful to Faith for being there. I didn't expect to be alive for much longer, and out of everyone I had met, I was glad that she was the one who was with me at the end. It slowly grew lighter outside as we drove into the early hours of the morning, although the rain did not let up. The streets seemed completely empty, either having been cleared for our convoy or just people trying to avoid the storm.
What do you suppose the king wants with me? I asked. Faith considered a moment before answering. He wants everything. He wants all that you are. Is he going to kill me? I wish it were that simple. I hesitated before asking my next question. Are you going to help me? I felt the van take a turn and start to slow. I looked out the window as we finally came to a stop. I could see the vague outline of buildings through the rain. I saw the vehicle doors opening and saw movement from the guards outside. We had arrived. I told you when we first met, stranger, there's not a door I can't open. I looked back at her, a small sense of panic rising up in me. But it's not up to me. From now on, everything depends on how close you keep me. The van doors opened wide. I had to squint as my eyes adjusted to the flood of light pouring in. Let's go, get out! The largest guard who was holding the doors open beckoned for me to move. I got off the bench and stepped outside into the pouring rain. I looked around at an empty street with tall buildings on each side. We had parked directly outside an absolutely massive tower. I stared up at it as raindrops hit me in the eyes. It must have been over 100 stories, stretching high into the sky above the clouds. As the guards from the convoy closed in to surround me, I turned and looked back at the van, expecting to see Faith getting out with her mask pulled back up, but the van was empty. This guy really has lost it, said the guard, who had been driving, as he appeared from around the side of the van. Dude wouldn't shut up, he said to his crew. I could hear him talking to himself the whole fucking ride. I looked around, baffled as the guards laughed at me, but Faith was nowhere in sight. Come on, the big guard said, grabbing me by the handcuffs and pulling me forward. Quit stalling. The king has waited long enough. They dragged me towards the entrance of the tower, as Fate bolted across the street, holding his jacket over his head in an attempt to not get wet. My bare feet went numb from walking through the cold puddles, although it did serve for washing the blood from them. I was soaked as we entered the lobby of the building. I immediately noticed it to be the nicest, most luxurious place I had seen in the whole city. The floor was made of cream-colored ceramic tiles that looked to be inlaid with ivory and golden flakes. We walked over to the front desk, made of a polished black marble, where a receptionist was seated. Fate was standing next to the desk, shaking the water out of his jacket. Blast this storm and blast this rain! We're running late and my suit is stained. He sounded like a child about to throw a tantrum. He looked up at me as we approached. Come at once. The king is waiting, and he does not indulge procrastinating. Fate, why all the rhyming? I asked in an annoyed tone. He made a face at me, looking perplexed. To rhyme is sublime, and to cease would undo my masterpiece. Now come. He made a beeline over to a clear elevator at the center of the lobby, as the guards pushed me to follow. Fate, myself, and the big guard who had a hold of me were the only three to enter the lift, as the rest of our entourage remained in the lobby. Fate hit the button for the top floor, and we began our ascent. I didn't know what to think. My mind felt everywhere at once. Where had Faith gone? Was she even real, or had I imagined her from the beginning? What does the king want with me? Are these my last moments? And if so, what am I supposed to do with them? After wringing his jacket out several times, Fate put it back on and buttoned it up, then began slicking his hair back with his hands. Now, when you meet the king, be sure to bow and not to blink, he said to me. If he likes what you say, the day may be saved, but anger him instead, and you will quickly find yourself without a head. I smirked at him. Looks like you may get to see the gooey after all, Fate. He smiled from ear to ear and clapped his hands together. Oh, I do hope! That's my favorite trope! The elevator slowed and came to a stop. Fate turned to the door and straightened himself up. The guards as well stiffened and stood at attention. I took a deep breath and tried not to look nervous as the doors opened. It felt like the entire journey was about to come to an end. All the miles walked, all the blood spilled, every friend and enemy had brought me here. The long road from the woods had reached its destination, and it was the darkest depth of the cave. We stepped off the elevator into a large, plush office room that felt like it was at the top of the world. We walked across a floor of thick black carpet up to a wide wooden desk made of rich mahogany. All the walls were made of glass, giving me the impression I was standing among the clouds which were still storming. No one was seated at the desk, which caused Fate to glance around for an instant at the seemingly empty room.
Gentlemen, it's about time, a man's voice said from across the room.
We all turned to the right to see a lone man with his back to us, standing next to the glass wall, peering out at the city. Small wafts of smoke drifted away from him as he turned and took a cigar out of his mouth. He wore a black suit and tie with a white shirt underneath, and did not look a day over 40.
Your Majesty,
Fate said, stepping forward and taking a deep bow.
I've brought you.
The king threw a hand up, interrupting Fate.
No need for a verse, Fate. I know exactly who he is.
He took a quick puff on his cigar.
You may go and take those stupid cuffs off him.
Fate stood up, looking hurt and embarrassed that he didn't bestow one of his brilliant muses on us. He turned and motioned to the guard, who produced a key from his pocket and unlocked my handcuffs. The guard quickly backed away and pushed the button to open the elevator door, clearly not wanting to spend another moment in the king's presence than he had to. Fate glared at me with malice as he passed by.
You're on your own now, stranger,
he whispered to me.
A strange boy in a strange tale who searched for answers but to no avail.
I narrowed my eyes at him as he stepped onto the lift. You're going to want to work on that one, Fate, I told him as the door closed. I turned back to face the king, who was standing there, smoking his cigar, analyzing me. We stood there staring at each other for an awkward amount of time. I had to admit, he was not what I had been expecting. He had an average build with dirty blonde hair and piercing green eyes which were trying to look right through me. The way Jonathan had spoken of him, I had pictured an old decrepit man with long fingernails and skin that was rotting off. This guy looked like an accountant, not much of a king. I put my hands in my pockets, trying to look relaxed as we stood in silence. He seemed perfectly content to stand there all day puffing away and not saying anything. Maybe he's playing some sort of mind game, and if so, how do I win? So, am I supposed to start or what? I finally asked. He smiled at me.
My apologies. I'm just trying to savor this moment. I've waited a long time to meet you.
Oh, really? I said skeptically. Why is that? He broke eye contact and began to pace back and forth.
When I first heard of an unmarked stranger entering the city, I didn't think much of it. But as I continued to receive reports of your adventures around the city, I became quite curious about you.
I frowned at him.
Adventures is a nice way of putting it.
He smiled again.
Indeed. After watching the way you handled yourself at the trial, I believe my suspicion of you is correct.
He took a long drag on his cigar. I assumed in an attempt to build anticipation. I crossed my arms as I waited. He had the same pompous way of speaking that everybody else seemed to have. I was growing impatient, but then again, I still expected to be dead at the end of this conversation.
And that is, I asked.
He took another long drag before he answered, then looked at me seriously.
That you are different from all the others. That you are, in some way, special. No one sees World City quite like you do. They all run around playing their silly games, but you see the big picture.
He smiled at me, as if he was about to let me in on the biggest secret there was.
I do believe that you could be a worthy heir.
As if on cue, thunder clapped in the distance. I looked at him in disbelief, thinking he was joking. Heir to what? I grunted at him. He raised his arms and held his hands out, the city skyline just barely visible behind him.
To all of it. The heir to the whole of World City. My heir.
He dropped his hands as I narrowed my eyes at him. You want me to be king? I asked bewilderedly. His eyes lit up as he nodded.
I have waited a long time for my successor to reveal himself to me. I have searched and scouted the city over for years, but it turned out it was a stranger from nowhere that I was waiting for. I do believe that you have been sent to us, that you are the chosen one.
I could not believe what I was hearing. This had to be some kind of sick joke or trick. But why would he need to trick me when he could order my death at any time?
Your men have been chasing me from the moment I got here. They almost killed me. They killed my friend and all those people at the congregation.
He looked saddened at the mention of the massacre.
That was a regrettable mistake. I wish no harm on the good people of that church. Once I knew where you were, I sent instructions to those men to bring you in so we could talk. So we could have this talk. But there must have been some misunderstanding and people got hurt. That doesn't bring Jonathan back to life. I kept my arms crossed and was squeezing tighter and tighter the angrier I got.
But don't you see? He asked, walking towards me.
Those are the sort of wrongs that you could put to right. You would have total command of the city guard, and not just them, but all the judges of the law, too. They would all have to answer to you.
I glanced around the room and stared out the glass walls, thinking for a moment. They're too corrupt. They're all liars.
Besides, they would never work with me. They just sentenced me to death a few hours ago.
Then crush them, he said, squeezing the cigar in his bare hand and dropping the burnt ash to the floor.
I am offering you absolute power. You don't like someone, the judges, the police, some stupid pastor gets in your way? You could destroy them all by giving the word. Replace them with people that would be loyal to you. You want revenge on those resistance fighters who betrayed you? You could have them all swinging from the top of a bridge by nightfall.
I looked up at him as he paused to emphasize that. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of having my revenge on all those people. On Rebel, on Lust and Trouble, on the pastor and Fate. On all the people who had accused and lied and laughed at me. The image of seeing them all fall to their knees and beg me for mercy that would never come made me feel practically giddy on the inside. I was beginning to like his proposal. I uncrossed my arms and rubbed my chin in consideration. There's a lot I would have to change. He smiled.
Come and take a look.
He stepped aside to make way and held his hand out to the far glass wall he had been standing at earlier. I glanced at him, then stepped cautiously past him and walked across the room. I came to stand where he had been and looked out at the city. Even though it was overcast and raining slightly, I could still see for miles. The tops of buildings stretched out far in front of me. I could see the streets below, and even a few small figures walking on them. Off to the left, I could see the large circular bazaar of the marketplace, already busy with the early morning activity. Beyond that, I could just barely make out the steeple of the cathedral.
It's the whole world,
the king said, standing behind me.
All that there is, all that there's ever been, or ever will be, I offer it all.
To you. He stepped closer to me.
Whatever you want can be yours. You could free every last person or make them all your slaves. There would be none richer than you, none more powerful than you. You could have any woman you want, as many as you want.
He took another step closer.
Hell, you could have all the boys too, if you wanted. None could tell you no.
It was a chance to make things better. Not just for me and my life, but the whole world. I could set everything right, put everything in its proper place. I could tear down all the bad and raise up only the good. I wouldn't be a stranger ever again. I could make my own name, and everyone alive would know it. It wouldn't be a city full of monsters anymore. I could change it. I could save it. I could take responsibility.
What do I have to do? I murmured. He came to stand directly behind me. He put his hands on my shoulders as I gazed at the city beneath us.
You need only to bow down and worship me.
His hands tightened down on me.
Profess that I am the mighty hand that moves all things, and I will make you master of the earth. You are my chosen one. This is your home. This is where you belong.
Really? I whispered, my eyes watering up with tears. I gazed off to the right. Far out into the distance, beyond the city, beyond the woods, beyond the storm clouds, I could see the river. The one that had brought me here. At that moment, it was not the words of the oarsman that came to me. It was not anything Jonathan had said or something that Faith had told me. It was not even the shepherd that came to my mind. Nope. In that moment, standing there at the top of the world, the words of Sophia were what echoed in my head. No, dummy, not really. I wiped the tears from my eyes and shrugged his hands off me. There's just one problem with all that, I said, turning around. He let go of me and took a step back, looking surprised and confused. Which is? We stood face to face, and unless I was imagining things, he suddenly appeared taller, his face less friendly. I've been all over your city. I've walked its streets, and I've met its people. I've been in its clubs and its prisons, in its markets and churches. I stood before its lawmakers and its rebels, and now I'm standing here. I motioned to our surroundings. At the top of everything, at the very seat of its power. And do you know what I've learned? The king did not answer, but only slightly shook his head. The look on his face was growing more sinister. Your world is hollow and sad. It is utterly empty of all morals, virtues, or love. My voice did not crack. I spoke with more certainty than I ever had before. You've built your city on greed and hypocrisy. You rule it through lies and murder. He closed his eyes and grimaced, as if he was trying to block out my words. It is such an evil and desolate place that the sun doesn't even want to shine down on it. Your kingdom is not worth having. It is a poor substitute for the truth. It is rotten and crumbling away. The king opened his eyes and looked at me with pure venom. His face had turned red with fury. In a flash, he reached out and grabbed me around the neck and pinned me up against the glass wall. I clutched at his fingers as they tightened around my throat, but he had a superhuman-like strength as he lifted me off the floor and slammed me against the wall. His voice became low and deep. He spoke in an animalistic growl.
You dare to defy me? You, a worthless wretch, who is nothing more than a frightened child, dare to look down on my works and judge me? I have been here since the beginning. It was I who laid the foundation. It was I who set the game in motion. I am the one who conquers. I am the one who drinks the blood. I am the great enslaver.
He pulled back and slammed me against the wall, so hard I felt the glass crack behind me.
I am fear. I am shame. I am the keeper of all your horrors. I built this city. I am the power. I am the master of this world.
He somehow grew larger and larger with every word until he towered over me.
He squeezed even tighter around my neck and slammed me again. I felt like I was about to pass out. My vision blurred and darkened. Everything I saw was like I was at the end of a dark tunnel. He was about to throw me from the top of the tower.
All worship me with their greed and their lust and their lies. They are all my slaves. I own every last one of their souls. Everything of this world belongs to me.
He yelled so loud the whole city heard him. The strength of my grip around his hand was fading away. I was losing consciousness. It was like I was at the bottom of the river again. He lies as easily as he breathes. Jonathan's words in my head. The powers that be have already lost. I could hear Faith's voice. Everything depends on how close you keep me.
Maybe,
I managed to say. I was an inch from death. Every word was a struggle. Every word could be my last. Every word had to be the truth.
but I am not of this world.
The king's eyes widened in astonishment. His grip loosened just enough for me to catch a breath.
And the shepherd has already defeated you,
I whispered. A sheer look of terror came over the king's face.
No!
He screamed. He turned and flung me like a rag doll across the room. I landed hard and rolled, coming to a stop next to his desk.
Don't you dare say his name! Don't you dare!
His voice sounded like a dying animal, afraid and full of rage. I coughed several times as my lungs filled with air once again. I looked up at him from the floor. He had gone into a craze, punching at the walls and ripping his hair out. I am a stranger, I said, pushing myself off the floor and standing up. I am only passing through this world.
No!
He cried again at the top of his lungs. I almost laughed at the pathetic sight of him. He was tearing at his clothes and scratching at his face so hard he was bleeding. And my fate, I said over his wails of anguish, is not for you to judge. He spun around and stared at me, his eyes bulging, his face pouring in sweat and blood.
Get out!
He screamed.
Get out of my city!
He didn't look tall anymore. He actually looked smaller than before. He crumpled to the ground and curled into a ball, sobbing into his hands.
Get out of my world!
He whimpered. Not much of a king at all. I quickly pushed the button to call the elevator. Thankfully, the door opened immediately and I rushed in. The king continued to writhe on the floor, no longer concerned about me. He looked to be in severe pain. The mere mention of the shepherd had undone him for some reason. I didn't stop to consider why. I jammed the button for the lobby as the door closed me in and began my way down. What the hell just happened? I felt anxious, filled with nervous energy as I coughed some more and rubbed my sore neck. It felt like the elevator was plummeting towards the ground. But I didn't care. The faster I could get away from him, the better. A few seconds later, the lift slowed and came to a stop. I rushed out as the doors opened and ran across the lobby. Fate, who was sitting on the receptionist's desk, looked up at me in shock and confusion. He hopped off his desk and came towards me. Oh my, he sputtered, for once being rendered speechless. Hey, Fate, I said, running past him. You should probably get up there. I think I might have broken your boss. He stared at me wide-eyed, his jaw on the floor, not knowing what to do as I ran out the front entrance. As I made my way outside, I was half expecting to be tackled by a group of guards. But there wasn't a single one in sight. Where they were, I did not care. I took off running as fast as I could down the street. I ran roughly in the direction I had seen the river. The rain had let up a considerable amount and was just a light drizzle now. I saw no lightning. I heard no thunder. The storm must have been passing. I pounded the road with my sore and bloody feet. I ran harder than I had ever run before. I ran somehow knowing that this time, I was headed home.
Chapter 13. This train is bound for glory. I must have run for miles before I finally eased up, realizing that nobody was chasing me. I had made it clear of the nicer business district where the King's Tower was located, and was back among the dull gray buildings as before. I walked up the streets, cut through empty lots and down back alleyways, all the while hoping that I would not get lost on my way towards the river. I could see the tower behind me, reaching far up into the sky above everything else, and used it as a point of reference. The smaller it grew in the distance, the better I felt. What would have happened if I had taken his offer? Would I be dead right now? Would I be in chains at the bottom of some horrible dungeon? Or would I be sitting on a throne, dressed in gold and jewels, surrounded by worshipping subjects, thinking that I had finally gotten my just deserve, believing myself to be master of the world, never realizing that I was his lowest slave? The normal hustle and bustle of World City had picked up with the rain ending. The storm clouds still hung overhead, but they appeared lighter, not so black and angry. The streets were busy with cars, and I passed people on the sidewalks, some looking curiously at me as always, most just ignoring me. I couldn't help but feel like things had changed in some way, and I wondered if any of them felt the same. I wanted to stop and tell them what had happened. I wanted them to know exactly who their king was, and what he was doing to all of them. I wanted to expose the games. I wanted people to see the chains that bound them. I wanted everyone to know what the shepherd had done for me, had done for all of us. If people were to hear the truth, the city would not stand for long, at least not the way it was now. All the corruption, all the greed, all the lies would come crashing down. The truth would break all the chains in World City, and the king's game would finally be over. But who was going to listen to me? Who was going to believe my story? I was, after all, still a stranger here. I looked down at the rough condition I was in. My pants were torn and dirty, my shirt was stained with sweat and blood. My circumstances had not changed one bit since arriving in the city, which felt like a lifetime ago. I had not even found a pair of shoes. I walked and walked, through gutters and across highways. I would dodge out of sight and change directions every time I spotted a city guard on patrol. I walked through the abandoned factories Rebel had drove me past days ago. Some of them still had their old machines inside, rusted over and buried under layers of dust. Others had been taken over by the homeless, and were filled with tents and cardboard boxes with people sleeping in them. None paid me much attention as I made my way through. It looked like I belonged there, like I was one of them. I moved away from the factories and walked through empty, undeveloped fields. The grass had grown tall and felt wet and soft from the rain. It was around midday, and the humidity was high. My clothes that had been almost blown dry were now damp again from perspiration. I eventually came across some railroad tracks, running through the fields, and decided to follow them. Walking along the side of the tracks for a few miles, it was not long before I heard the low, distant rumble of a train behind me. Turning to look, I saw a big black engine chugging along at a steady pace, pulling a few dozen cars behind it. Stepping away from the tracks to give the train plenty of clearance as it passed by me, I noticed that several of the cars in the midsection of the train had their doors open and appeared to be empty. Initially, I ignored the train and continued walking, until I heard yelling coming from one of the open cars. I looked up to see what appeared to be 3 young men, no more than teenagers, standing in the open doorway of one of the cars, waving to get my attention. "It's the stranger!" I heard one of them yell. "Hey, come on!" One of them motioned for me to come and hop on the train. "Come with us, stranger!" I didn't recognize a single one of them, but somehow, they knew me. I stared in confusion for a second, debating as to what to do. I figured wherever the train was headed, it was better than walking,
but also I had been in World City long enough to learn that whatever was going to happen to me was going to happen no matter what. There was no avoiding it, so I might as well run forward to meet it. I took off running to catch up with the train. Their car was already ahead of me, but fortunately the train was not going very fast. I ran along the tracks and held out my hand as I came closer to the open car. The boys knelt down and held out their hands to grab mine. In one swift move, I leapt off the ground as they pulled me up, and we all tumbled onto the floor of the otherwise empty train car. The boys sat up laughing. I glanced at them and, now that I had a better look, realized they did all look familiar. But I could not place where I had seen them before. I remained seated on the floor, giving my feet some much-needed rest, and waited for an explanation. "Who are you guys, and how do you know me?" I asked, once they had calmed down a bit. "I'm James," the eldest-looking one said. "This is Simon and Philip." He gestured towards his two companions. "We saw you at the congregation. We were friends of Jonathan." Jonathan? The mention of his name caused me to sit upright and look seriously at the boys. "You all knew Jonathan? Are you members of the congregation?" "Not exactly members," James said. "We were just visiting when you showed up." "You and Jonathan were really giving it to that preacher," he said with a laugh. Then the shooting started. He looked down solemnly, remembering the violent scene. "We all, along with Jonathan, were followers of the shepherd," the one called Simon said. "We were going to go with the two of you so that you can meet him, but then John died, and you disappeared in the chaos." I stared at them all, slack-jawed in amazement. World City was not as big a place as it claimed to be. They were followers of the shepherd. I wonder if they knew what had happened to him, if they knew that his life had been traded for mine. "Do you know what happened to the shepherd?" I asked hesitantly. "Is he dead?" "Yes," Simon answered. "They killed him late last night." The boys were all quiet for a moment. The air was thick with our shared grief and pain. I hung my head in shame and buried my face in my hands. I had hoped that by some miracle the shepherd had somehow survived. I'd half expected Faith to show up out of nowhere and tell me everything was actually okay and take me to him. But apparently this is not that kind of story. "It's my fault," I admitted to the boys. "It was supposed to be me that was killed, but he took my place at the trial. I couldn't stop them." It was silent in the locomotive for a few seconds, the only sound coming from the iron wheels rolling over the tracks outside. I looked up at the boys, expecting to see shocked and angry faces, thinking that they might grab me and throw me from the moving train. Instead, I saw surprised and concerned looks in their young eyes. "Stranger, it wasn't just for you," James said to me. "He died for all of us. He traded his life for every lost soul in Wild City." I shook my head in confusion. "That doesn't make any sense. I was the one on trial. I was the one accused of all those crimes. I was the one who deserved to be punished." The boys all glanced at each other, quietly conferring over what to say to that. "We are all guilty. Every single one of us," Simon decided to say. "And we all deserve to be punished for the things we have done. Judgment is coming for everyone. There's no way around it." I nodded my head in agreement. "But the shepherd stepped in front of that judgment for us," Simon continued. "He took all that wrath, took all the blame. He took responsibility for all the world's sins so that we don't have to, so that we can be free. Freedom. What a strange concept in World City. After all the things I had seen, it was a vague and elusive idea to me. I didn't know how to be free. Free from the rule of the king or the games of fate. Free from the traps of lust and trouble. Free from greed or fear. It all sounded too good to be true. But when I thought about the shepherd, it felt more real. He had been free of all those things. Even beaten, bloody, and wrapped in chains, he had been the freest man I had ever seen. I was with him when they arrested him.
The one called Philip spoke up for the first time. Even though he appeared to be the youngest, his voice was deeper and stronger than the others. He knew they were coming. I tried to fight him, but he stopped me. He knew what was going to happen. He knew he was going to die, but he went anyway. He told me that there was a stranger out there that needed him, even though they did not realize it yet. We were all silent as Philip gazed out the open door of the train car, at the passing scenery. Even if it was all just for you, only you, I think he still would have done it. I think you were more than worth it to him, he finished saying. I could not stop myself from crying. All the pain, all the hardship and misery I had experienced came welling up in that moment as I sat on the floor. I wanted to have certainty like that. I wanted to be fearless like that. I wanted to be free. I wanted to be like the shepherd. In that instant, I knew who I was. I knew why I had been brought here. I could see the purpose in every step of the journey. I could see the mighty hand that had guided me all along the way. I wasn't a stranger at all. Not to the shepherd. He knew the truth about me. Despite all the things that I had done, all of the good that I had screwed up, he had still called me by name. We rode the train for the rest of the day. The boys talked much more about the shepherd, his life, and the things he had taught them. They told me all about their travels around the city with them and Jonathan. I learned that there were many people all over the world who were followers of the shepherd's teachings, who were walking the true path. Hearing their stories made me feel better. It gave me hope to know that even though he was gone, his message would endure. So, what are you guys doing on this train? I finally thought to ask, as it was growing darker outside. We have to lay low for a while, James said. We're going to get out of the city, and this train runs through the wall and all the way out into the wildlands. The king has gone crazy. He issued orders this morning that all of the shepherd's followers are to be arrested. We are behind enemy lines now, Simon said. Something must have really pissed him off, Philip added. Oh, I might have something to do with that, I said awkwardly. But why go to the wildlands? I thought there wasn't anything out there. There isn't much, just a few scattered mines and random travelers, but it's out of the king's reach for now. Those people haven't heard about the shepherd yet, James said. Throughout our conversation, I had noticed how none of the boys had barcodes or any sort of markings on their wrists, and remembered how Jonathan's had been the same. Why don't any of you have marks? Philip smiled at that. The shepherd removed ours. Once we decided to follow him, he placed his hand over our barcodes, and they disappeared. It's good for being able to see who our friends are, James said. But it also makes us a target. Especially now with the king hunting us, we should probably keep them covered up. I rubbed my own wrists, which were marked only by the cuts and bruises from the many different bindings I had been in. I thought about Faith and Sophia, living unmarked in the shadows of a marked world. As night fell over the city, the boys produced food from their packs, which they fortunately shared with me. It was just simple sandwiches, but it was the first I had eaten since being in the marketplace, and I was more than grateful for it. We eventually fell asleep, curled up in different corners of the car. The train had switched tracks a couple of times, but never stopped. It simply rumbled through the city at its gentle pace. At some point, late into the night, I woke from a strange sound. I looked out the car door to see us passing through the massive black walls that encircled the city. It was a moonless night, and the storm cloud still blanketed the sky. I sat up for a while, peering off into the distance, watching World City grow smaller behind me. I wish I had done more. I wish I had acted better. If only I had known, when I first arrived, what I knew now. If only I had met Faith sooner. If only I had listened to Sophia. If only I could have saved Jonathan. Things would have been different. But would you be who you are now? I could hear Faith's voice as clearly as if she was sitting next to me. I looked around just to be sure she hadn't magically appeared. But there was no one in the car besides my 3 sleeping friends. No, I whispered to myself. You're right. I don't know what I would be. As we got further out into the countryside, the clouds began to part and drift away. I could see stars trying to poke through the gray billows of overcast. The air smelled cleaner. My body felt lighter. My heart was not so heavy anymore. I laid down and fell back asleep as the city disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 14. Down by the River. We were traveling through a wide-open field of green grass when I woke back up. I stood up, stretched, and walked to the doorway of the car and almost fell off the train from the sheer shock of what I saw. Overnight, the storm clouds had parted. The sun was shining high in the sky. I had to squint my eyes, it was so bright. It was the first sunlight I had seen since waking up in the woods ages ago. The boys were already up and preparing their breakfast. I looked out across the landscape, past a couple miles of grass. I could see the tall trees of the woods I had walked through. I knew the river was not far beyond them. I turned back to the three boys who were preoccupied by their food. I have to go, I said to them. Why? Simon asked, looking up. James rose to his feet, looking concerned. You should come with us. You don't have to leave. No, I said with a smile. I don't belong here, and it's time that I went home. James and Simon looked disappointed and like they wanted to object. Philip sat quietly, in thoughtful consideration. He got up from his seat on the floor, walked over to me and extended his hand. I grasped it firmly. I'm glad we got to meet you, he said as we shook hands. Godspeed. I couldn't help but smile again. Thank you, boys, I said to the group. You've done more for me than you will ever know. Philip smiled back and nodded his head as our hands let go. I turned and walked to the doorway, preparing to jump to the ground. What are you going to do when you get home? James asked. I glanced back at him with a smirk and shrugged. Be a man. Always start with that. I took a step forward and leaped off the train. Although I had been hoping to land on my feet, I quickly took a tumble and did a couple rolls down a grassy hill. The train rumbled forward as I stood up and brushed myself off. After making sure nothing was broken, I looked back at the train and waved to my friends as they waved back. I stood there for a moment and watched the train get farther away. There they go. Three brothers off on a grand adventure together. I wondered if they realized how fortunate they were to have each other. How lucky they were to not be alone. I did not hear Faith's voice again, but I knew what she would say if she was there. You're not alone, stranger. Not anymore. I turned and started walking towards the woods. It was shaping up to be a warm day, but a cool breeze blew over the green pastures as I walked. It did not take long before I found the old cobblestone road that stretched from the forest all the way back to the city. My feet were still sore as I followed the road towards the trees, but the cuts had scarred over, and the bruises were fading away. I wondered how many miles I had walked during my time here, and how many more miles still lay ahead. I looked back only once. Far off into the distance, a blurry black line that was the walls of the city stretched across the horizon. What does the future hold for that place? What will become of its people? I wondered if there were any other strangers back there. People wandering lost in the city, knowing deep down that they did not belong there. Feeling in their bones that things were not right. Believing in their hearts that there had to be a better way. If there were, I knew Faith would be there to help them in their darkest moments. I knew Sophia would appear to help guide them with her wisdom. I knew the shepherd's followers, like the boys on the train, would devote their lives to spreading the truth. World City was against those strangers like me. It was laden with traps to destroy them. Its prisons were built for them to lose hope. Its false teachers sought only to confuse them, so they wouldn't know the truth even if they heard it. They would be beaten, ridiculed, and cast out at every turn. And if none of that worked,
the king would offer them everything they ever wanted. Everything they had always been denied, everything they could ever dream of, all with the intent of making them forget who they were really supposed to be. But then again, the game has been changed. Before I realized it, I had reached the forest and was walking under the shade of the trees. Moss grew up in the cracks of the cobblestone as I walked towards the sound of running water. I stepped off the road and pushed through a patch of tall grass until I finally saw it. The river stretched out far in front of me. I sat down on the soft, sandy shore and gazed at it for a while. The water was much calmer than the first time, when I had tried to swim across it. It was not nearly as angry and turbulent as the first day, but simply flowed by at a steady pace. Sunlight glistened off the surface of the water, making it look clean and clear, instead of the dark gray it had been when it reflected the storm clouds. Now what? I thought to myself as I sat there. The river was much too wide at that point to even attempt swimming. I stared at the woods on the far side of the water, looking at where this had all begun, faced with one final barrier. I did not sit for long before I heard the familiar splash of an oar, rowing across the water. I looked up to see the rowboat coming towards me. The oarsman, sitting up tall in his seat, a smile in his eyes, right on time. I stood up and walked to the water's edge as he rowed up to the shore. He wore the same white clothes as he had before and looked at me as if he had been expecting me for some time.
Hey, stranger, I was wondering if you would turn back up.
He eyed me up and down. Do you know where you are headed this time? I laughed a little. I believe so. Any chance you're going to the other side of the river? He glanced across the water to the riverbank opposite us. I've never taken anyone back to that side. He looked back at me. But it is a day for firsts. Let's go. I smiled gratefully, grasped the side of the boat, and pushed it back into the deep water. Once the water was at my waist, I hopped in and took a seat in the boat, facing the oarsman. So, how did it go? He asked as he started rowing. I can see you didn't find a pair of shoes. I looked down at my bare feet and laughed awkwardly. No, none that fit, at least. It was silent for a moment, and I was unsure of where to even begin. You were right. About me, the city, about everything. Staring out at the open water, I suddenly felt embarrassed. Ah, the world wasn't everything you hoped it would be, huh? He waited patiently for me to continue. I told him my whole story, from meeting Mr. Capital on the road to getting arrested at the city gates. I told him how I escaped the police on the steps of the law building, then about finding the casino and playing fate's game. I recounted my conversation with Sophia at the bar, and then told him about lust and trouble. He listened quietly as he rowed, paying close attention but saving any criticisms. I talked about how Faith rescued me from my capture, and how I met Jonathan at the marketplace. It took a long time to explain the events that happened at the cathedral, about the pastor, and the massacre that followed. We were halfway across the river by the time I got to Rebel and my run-in with the resistance. I told him how I got arrested again, and about meeting the old man named Adam in the prison cell. He laughed a little at the retelling of my ridiculous trial. You should have seen the looks on the judges' faces when fate burst through the doors, I joked. We both grew serious again, as I told him about the shepherd. The hardest part was explaining how he had been killed instead of me. I glanced at the oarsman, expecting him to be upset and angry with me. He stared back at me with a mixture of remorse, but understanding as well. Did you know the shepherd? I asked. Of course. He and I go way back, but that isn't the end of the story, is it? I shook my head and told him of my ride to the tower and about coming face to face with the king. I don't know exactly who or what Faith is, or how she does what she does, but I felt like she was there with me the whole time. I told him what the king had offered me. I felt ashamed once again about how I had been tempted to take his deal. I tried my best to explain what happened to the king when I spoke of the shepherd and rejected his offer. The demons tremble at the sound of his name, was all he said in response.
He looked unimpressed about my lackluster escape from the tower, and I concluded my story with meeting the boys on the train and my final walk to the river. I stared at the water again. The shoreline of the woods was growing closer. The oarsman rowed slowly, knowing that neither one of us was in a hurry to get there. I let out a heavy sigh. I really didn't do much, I finally said, shaking my head. I didn't do anything. I just ran the whole time and barely made it through. He cocked his head to the side and looked at me curiously.
I wouldn't say that. You might not have been the man you wanted to be, or as strong as you thought you were, but at least you spoke the truth. When the world came down on you, you didn't run away then. You said no, when everybody else would have said yes. You came face to face with evil, and in the darkest moment you kept the faith. I'm proud of you. I didn't know what to say to that, but I also knew a response was not necessary. We sat in tranquil silence, listening to nothing but the sound of the oars gently pulling through the water. There had been so many times I had shuddered to think of what the oarsman would have said if he could have seen me. I regretted so many of the things I had done or said, but knowing now what he thought of me, I felt a sense of peace and acceptance about the entire journey. We were only a few yards away from the shore now. It was almost time for me to be on my way. What's going to happen now that the shepherd is gone? To the city and all of his followers? I asked. The old man looked at me and grinned. Are you so certain that he's gone? I stared astonishingly at him. They told me he was dead. The boy said so. I told you this was a day for firsts, he continued. The oarsman laughed a big hearty laugh as he pulled us up onto the small beach. Yeah, World City is in for a surprise today. You don't mean. The words were so outlandish I could barely form them. You don't mean to tell me that he's back? Would that really be the strangest thing you've seen in this place? I thought about it for a moment. I guess not. You were right about one thing, stranger. This world won't stand for long, the way that it is, he said, still laughing. And the shepherd told you himself he was here to change the whole game. The idea that the shepherd was back gave me hope and made me feel excited. But it was more than I could fully comprehend at the moment. I stood up and stepped out of the boat onto the sandy beach. The woods lay a short distance ahead. Do you know your way home from here? The oarsman asked, as he climbed out of the boat and came to stand beside me. Yes, I do, I said with a newfound certainty. Good. Then you should be off. I'm sure someone is waiting for you. And if you meet any more strangers on the road, you know what directions to give them. He nodded as he turned back to his boat. Oh, and one other thing. He stooped over to take off his sandals and handed them to me. Take these. You are going to need them where you're going. Reality isn't as straightforward as this place. I grasped his sandals and stared at them, humbled, and not having the words for the moment. He turned, not waiting for me to say anything, pushed his boat back into the water and jumped in. Thank you, I murmured as he paddled away. I watched him row down the river, off to find another traveler in need of crossing, another stranger in search of their home. I waved at him as he disappeared out of sight with nothing more than a smile and a nod. I walked off the beach and headed into the woods, carrying the sandals for now. I walked over soft pine needles on a well-worn path that I had not seen before. The woods were not so dark and depressed anymore. The sun shone brightly through the trees, whose leaves were beginning to bud. The path led me uphill. I hiked up for it, no longer pondering my sad and sorry fate. I didn't get lost this time. I didn't scream at the sky or punch any trees. I knew where I was going. I had direction. I had faith. I knew at the top of this hill there was a clearing, a barrier between worlds. Once I crossed over that, I knew I would find my home there. I knew there were people waiting for me. Some of those people were lost, wandering through the woods, desperately treading water in the river, sitting in a prison cell, weighed down by chains or running like mad through the streets of their own strange city. Somebody had to tell them about this path. They needed to know about faith. They needed to meet the shepherd. I made it to the top of the hill and paused for a moment, gazing down at the oarsman's shoes. Those old sandals looked like they had walked 1,000 miles. Let's hope they're good for 1,000 more. I placed them down on the ground in front of me and stepped into them. They were a perfect fit. This book is dedicated to my grandfather, a man who walked the path, kept the faith, and who now rows across the still waters. This has been Strange City, written by Daniel Tuituku, narrated by Gabriel Michael.